Greetings and welcome to my channel. Let me be clear, if you are an individual who can be easily offended or triggered by different opinions concerning race, religion, sex, sexual preference, gender, politics, geopolitics, or basically anything at all, please be advised to discontinue at this point. To continue viewing from this point is an agreement that you are watching this video despite receiving a clear warning that you should not, and you relinquish all rights to complain to any authority or seek any compensation from myself or from the platform hosting the video. I thank you for your time and attention, and if you've decided to continue watching, I salute your fortitude.
See, I don't understand. My thing is, do you want to make the point? Yeah. Well, don't lose your mind in the meantime. I can't even talk to people anymore. It's nuts. Does anybody know how to talk about anything anymore? They don't lose their mind, but you do and we do, and I don't understand why that is. You can't go through. Listen, we're turning this into a joke. This is a joke. I'm not saying you have to. You can't laugh. Be very serious about it, but give me something and speak to me like somebody who's the pilot of a ship, who's very cool and calculated. But this is ridiculous. There's something wrong when you're screaming and yelling at somebody. It's that Piers Morgan school where they want you to go and scream at each other. I don't understand that. It's interesting for a minute, and then it's boring, and you can't hear anything. I don't grasp it. I don't understand.
Well, hello, kids. Now, as we all know, today marks the very beginning of, say it with me now, the end of days. That's right. And that means we are going to be revisiting the book, The Ultimate Guide to Rebuilding Civilization. Now, yesterday we learned all about oil refining, making alcohol, and pigeon mail. And to help me out today, we all remember my very special assistant, Craig. Say hi, Craig. All right, kids. Now let's start off with Craig's favorite thing to demonstrate, the art of martial arts. Now, according to the book, the most effective moves are disorienting jabs to the vital organs, like the kidney, or the eyes, or, last but not least, the brain. Wonderful job. Now we've got to take a quick break here, but make sure to stay tuned because next up, the book is going to teach us all about how to do appendectomies. Are you excited to be our patient, Craig? So hurry back before the world truly ends.
Okay, that is it. Stop it. You cannot blow up my head with your mind.
Then I'll settle for an aneurysm.
Declaration, my ass.
Right, hello. Greetings. Grand rising. Good day. Where should we start? So, do you know what? We'll go and look at what Ian Carroll had to say. Earlier, you can see I got 20 minutes into it. Dun, 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 dun.
We're gonna shit talk all of our American disloyal, shall we say traitors? Almost, we might even say traitors. We'll shit talk them for a little bit while we get people in here, and that will actually lead us straight into our main topic for the day, which is the collapse of the American empire.
Right. Welcome to your lurkers who come in and don't say anything. How you doing? I never know. That's the thing about lurkers, see? You don't know who it is. I know I've got Bogey Views as one of my regular lurkers, but he always says hey eventually. But then I've got the other lurkers that just lurk. They just lurk the whole time. And I guess, yeah. I guess I just don't trust who it. I don't. It's not a trust thing. It's just I don't know. Like people coming into the room and staying in the back in the shadow, like staying out of sight. Well, I'm a lurker most of the time. I like that time. Thank you, thank you for the opium. Thank you very much for saying something. And just saying, hey, you can go back to lurking. That's cool. Just nice to get a little, hey, I'm here, I'm lurking. Although, to be honest, I know I do. When I'm lurking, I always, just not every time in Jason's, I guess. So I'm guilty of it myself sometimes. I should just shut up. Ah, TW. See, that I hate the fact that YouTube's changed everybody's names. I guess it's good at the end of the day. It's good because it's harder to pretend to be somebody else. So that is good. But it's causing confusion at the moment, isn't it? Because we don't know who anyone is. But thank you for being here. Is there anything you want to talk about today? Anything on your mind that you want to talk about? I got triggered. I woke up and I put YouTube on and I got triggered. Well, not triggered as such, but, you know, watching Ian Carroll meant that I had to listen to these disgusting creatures. Like, they're just vile. They're absolutely vile individuals. And I don't like listening to vile individuals when they're speaking. Ian's cool. Had my doubts about him. You know, he seemed to kind of pop up out of nowhere on YouTube, but he's got a bit of a legacy on TikTok, hasn't he? He wouldn't be able to do anything on TikTok now. I know, but actually, I think we're at a point where we actually don't have to listen, because we do understand how they think. And the point is that they don't think. They're incapable. They're either like the likes of Mark Levin, right? He's either incapable of using his own brain, absolutely, totally incapable of using his own brain, thinking critically and objectively and reaching a sane, intelligent conclusion like the rest of us have done. He's either incapable or he's unwilling, because he's getting paid a fuckload of money, or he is actually on their side and he's actually cheering for the genocide of children. And I think that's an absolute definite possibility.
The collapse of the American empire, the zoom out into the big picture of what's going on right now in the world, sort of like at the macro scale where nothing's really going to change the greater timeline that we're on. And when you start to understand the bigger picture of the timeline that we're on, the big money playing the games right now, the big geopolitics of the globe at the moment, and you really analyze what's going on in our world and where we're at, it starts to change the picture of what should you be doing to live your best life and to protect.
I want to know what he's using, because that isn't StreamYard, because is that Twitch? That's Twitch, isn't it? That's a Twitch stream. That's a
protect your family and to build a wealth and happiness and a life that will at least be meaningful for you and your small community, even if the whole world is going to shit. And we're going to go through all the nature of the problem, the symptoms, where we're seeing them all, and all the evidence that sort of like backs up this theory of what's going on and where we're at in the whole cycle. And then we're going to talk about what to do about it and what you can do about it, at least as long as I still have my voice by then, because I could imagine it taking several hours here.
Conspiracy theories are entering a dangerous...
Information is the oxygen of the democracy.
There's so much evidence out there that even if less than one...
I'm going to kind of grab in a lot of different pieces of the picture and try to paint a cogent narrative, like I was saying. So while people are getting in here, let's go ahead and pop in to the state of our nation today.
what's it called? The Republican... Gooish something.
If you did not know.
Oh, yeah. I'm just going to call them goos. And it's gooish.
Those one people from that one place, they hosted a little rally, a little political rally. And if you've got a Twitter account, I'm sure you've heard about it because they're pushing this propaganda out everywhere. And oh boy, are you ready to cringe. I hope you are ready to cringe. And don't worry, the volume is off right now. We're going to turn it on in just a second. Yeah, they made signs. Oh, yeah, they did. They made sure to make signs.
Tucker Carlson is the most dangerous anti-Semite.
Oh, whoa, we're getting ahead of ourselves there. Whoa.
Wrong time to pause when I'm taking a mouthful of coffee. I'm getting so sick of this term. Really, really, really sick of it. Don't know if anybody else is, but as far as I'm concerned, it's intellectually dishonest to use it in the way that it's being used. it's actually anti-Semitic in its true form to be calling people that are criticizing Israel anti-Semitic. That is in itself anti-Semitic. It's hilarious. Oh, look at that. We got more people coming in. It's an open panel.
Oh, let's slow down with the blood libels there, Mr. Randy Fine. I'm not ready for you yet. Chat, are you ready for some blood libel? Kick rocks, Israel. This is America. Thank you very much. And I think it's time that we reminded ourselves, reminded the world what America's all about and what Israel's all about. And Clint Russell always bringing the fire, and fucking Randy Fine always with it deep down the back of his throat. Kiss the wall, Ian. Yeah, right, exactly. So, it looks like we're about to cross over the threshold of the demon number, get us over 666 viewers so we're in the clear, and we're going to get this party rolling. Tell your mama, tell your friends, tell your wives, tell your kids, get them in the stream, share it out to your buddies. We're trying to blow it up. We're trying to red pill all the kiddos, and we're trying to shit all over Randy Fine.
Don't really need to red pill the kiddos, because they've already established the fact that the divide is not between left and right or blue and red. The divide is between the young and the old. Like, I think the damage has already been done, and they're trying to close the barn door long after the horse has bolted on this one.
So let's see what the big man himself, what was it? He's calling himself the Hammer of Gaza? The Hammer of Israel? I don't know. Let's call him the Hemorrhoid of Israel. I saw a great poll last night for a good name for Randy Fine.
Cocksucker. That was a good name.
Yeah, let's see what he's got for us.
Tucker Carlson is the most dangerous anti-Semite in America.
See, language like that. Right, somebody getting up there and using language like that to describe somebody that's criticizing Israel. I can't say it, can I?
He has chosen to take on the mantle of leader.
You've chosen to take Bibi Netanyahu's cock up your fucking arse, mate. That's what's happened there. You're sucking on the Goo Boy's little pecker. His little clip schmeckle.
To broadcast and
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but the accepted talking points about Charlie Kirk was that he was killed by violent leftists because violent leftists likened him to Hitler and said mean things about him. And because they said those mean things about him, they were calling for violence. And that's what inspired Tyler Robinson, totally alone, with no help, to take the shot from
with his gammy leg.
His grandpappy's old 30-06. And to bury the bullet in his soft neck tissue with no exit wound and no autopsy and no cameras and no security and no medical response and fucking no logical sense whatsoever, all because leftists were calling him Hitler. Right? Chat, tell me if I'm wrong. Because as far as I can tell, Randy Fine is doing exactly that to an American citizen. A far more American man than this fat ass right here. Sorry, we won't talk about Randy Fine's appearance. There's plenty of other reasons to make fun of him, aside from that.
feature those who celebrate
He definitely ate all the pies, though.
the Nazis, those
I bet he was filling up on the buffet before he went up on stage.
who call for the extermination of Israel, to defend Hamas, to even criticize President Trump for stopping Iran's nuclear.
I like how he lists off the Nazis and all these other horrible things, and then he adds, he would even criticize President Trump. The audacity! Oh my gosh. It explains why they think that their signs are so clever. Tucker Carlson isn't MAGA. Oh no!
Clear ambitions. Friends, make no mistake.
Oh, he does the
Tucker
reveal.
is not MAGA.
Whoa!
Wow. And today, children, we're going to make some signs. We're going to make signs. And then afterwards, we're all going to have a glass of milk and have a little nap.
Oh, wow, that was so profound, Randy. You know what, Randy? Fucking no one else is MAGA anymore, too. Because MAGA sold us all out to a foreign government. Covered up.
Because anyone with any fucking brains has recognised what's going on.
Up a child sex trafficking ring. Got us into foreign wars when he said we wouldn't. Increased the debt. Who has not been fucked over by now? Right? Who has not been fucked over by this presidency at this point? And I voted for him. And I mean, I don't know if I'd say I'm ashamed for having voted for him because, like, hindsight is 2020. And it's important to try to have hope when you think you should have hope. But man, was I naive. Business as usual.
You were naive to think that your vote meant anything at all. Like anybody, you're fucking naive to think that your vote means anything at all. Democracy is a lie. It's not real. They're not actually really giving the people the vote. They're selecting the little tiny choice of leaders. They select them, and then apparently we elect them. But it's been proven countless times that elections are rigged. So you're still voting, Ian?
Buddy, MAGA is now the party of the neocons. Everyone in MAGA now are ex-never-Trumpers. Everyone in MAGA now is the...
All these fucking stupid terms, man. Are we still in school? We're still in high school, aren't we? That's what it is.
Or party, Permanent Washington. And we're going to run through a whole bunch of Permanent Washington and a bunch of Jews standing up, talking shit about America and talking shit about a bunch of patriots.
Sorry, I think you meant goo then. I meant to say goo.
So fuck it. Tucker's not MAGA. And neither are most of us anymore. Even the ones that were. Because what is MAGA anymore anyways? We've moved beyond it. It's America first, baby. And for a lot of Americans, it's America only. And it's this kind of shit that makes that happen. It's this kind of shit that pushes us that way. And honestly, it's this kind of shit.
Will you do me a favour, please, Casper? Get your ass up here, son. You've been in my chat too much. I don't like to see you in my chat. I like to see you on my panel. Naomi, which Niobe, I mean, or TW. Which chat room are you in? Dun, 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 dun. Let's go and have a little look here, see. Right, hang on. I'm just I just got to work out what chat room you're in so I can give you. Oh, it's all right. You're in the Magic Treehouse. Nobody's got wrenches in the Magic Treehouse.
Shit that makes a lot of people start to like the Nazis. And personally, I don't really like the Nazis. Personally, I think that we're getting a little ahead of our skis to try to rewrite history in the other direction. But whatever. I'd rather hang out with all the quote-unquote Nazis than this asshole.
Ivan.
Look at that.
Carlson is the most dangerous anti-Semite in America.
Okay, Randy, we get it. Yeah, you're a dumb piece of shit. But then we've got Floyd Mayweather. Money Mayweather. Mate. I saw a commenter mentioning how the dude whose nickname is literally Money getting paid to shill for Israel.
That's the thing. Every single one of these individuals, they're making bank doing this, man. They're making a lot of money to sell. Well, they already sold their souls. But obviously, the opinion of this black man here, who was a good fighter, his opinion means something, because he's obviously an intelligent individual who everybody should listen to. Made millions out of fighting. So his opinion absolutely counts, man.
That is a joke that writes its fucking self. So, Floyd, tell us how it is. Shove it down the back of our throats because you're just that famous that that's going to change everyone's minds.
And like I said before, I'm not with you guys 10%.
Just look at this little bitch. Just listen to him. Just listen to him.
10%. I will always be the voice for the people in Israel. I will always stand behind the country of Israel. The one and only Floyd Money Mayweather.
Do you think he has a Rabbi Shmuley product up in there right now?
The one and only Floyd Money Mayweather. He's fucking naming himself. Jesus Christ. It's a shame we can't just pick all these people up and transport them over to Palestine. I vote that's what we do. I vote that every single one of these individuals that's got up on stage giving it their bullshit, they should go to Palestine. Just go and live there. Ship them off. Ship them out. I say, go on, then. You wanna be part of it? Go and be part of it. And we'll live stream it. That'd be fucking awesome. I'd love to watch that. I'd love to watch them running, screaming down the fucking street. Being chased by a bunch of Palestinians. I'd pay for that shit. I can't believe you lot want to sit here and listen to me just fucking rambling on, trying, like, I can't say much because all the things that I want to say, I'll get deleted instantly. I will get deleted. If I say the things that need to be said, that I want to say, that I'll say in private, I'd get deleted. So I have to sit here and just like, the only reason I live stream now is to chat with people. That's the only reason I do it. I'm not trying to... I've already done all my fucking content making as far as... bringing the subjects to the audience. Now I want to talk to people. Talk to me! So, the link is the link pinned? I'll tell you what, just in case it's not. So it's taking ages to open up. No, it's not, is it? Bloody hell, I hadn't even dropped it. Haha. There we go. Right, the link is pinned. Switch account. How do I bloody pronounce that? No Ilion fly. No Ilion. Noilion. Noil. Lion. Lionify. How do you pronounce that, man? Pin message. There we go. TW, I would love to see your true crazy. And nothing is forever. The internet would love to think that it's forever and would love to tell everybody that it's forever, but it's not. The internet is only going to be for about another 15 years at the most, I think, and then it's going to go. It's going to disappear. It definitely isn't forever, though. It's for the next 5 to 15 years, tops. Hey, yes. Good man. Hang on a sec, let me get this ready.
Phoenix.
That's the night.
Yeah, it's pronounced no Ilionify.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Say it again.
No Ilionify.
No Ilionify.
Yeah, it's lion spelled backwards, then forward.
Ah, I see. I like it.
What's going on with you, Double Up? What are we talking about today?
Well, I turned on YouTube to get triggered by the first thing that I saw, which was this video with Ian Carroll. It's not Ian Carroll triggering me. I like Ian Carroll. He's a shit. I hate him because he's one of those effortlessly. Oh,
I know what's wrong. I got the speaker on. Let me turn this off. There we go.
You're right. Is there an echo or something?
Yeah, that was the speaker.
Let me turn might be my microphone picking up my speaker as well a little bit, because I don't know if you noticed, but I've got a different background. I'm in a different room now, so everything's all set up different. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. So, Ian Carroll looking at this Republican Jewish consortium or whatever it is that just went on with Mark Levin and old Money Mayweather, Floyd Money Mayweather, who, funnily enough, I was talking about him the other day with a friend of mine. I was trying to remember what his first name was.
Floyd?
Yeah, Floyd. Because we were talking about, well, obviously it went from George Floyd, Floyd Money Mayweather.
At first he was calling himself Pretty Boy Floyd before he hurt his hands. Then when he hurt his hands, he became Money May. And then he created the Money Team. So he's getting into politics now?
No, not politics. He's just accepted the cash donation up his anus from Israel.
They say we're becoming globalists, though, right?
Well, so tell me, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about America's relationship with Israel as an entity itself?
I I've always thought about it since I was young. Like, is it a real thing? I know people fight about it and they keep going back and forth with the P people and the small hats and whatever else. But is it a real thing, or is it just about domination and control? To the victor go the spoils type of thing.
Right. And when you think about it, at the end of the day, every single war and conflict, who's the one that's actually made the money at the end of the day? It's the same people, the same group of people, the same families.
Right. So they say, a lot of people in this space, when I listen to them, they say they love the idea of might makes right. If you can't keep your house, it don't belong to you.
Right.
Now, but see, I don't like to talk about what I think because it's about what's reality. The reality is that I think humanity goes out the window when you start talking about that kind of power.
I think it's always been about power, right?
But yeah, it is always been about power. But when you look at the larger picture and the people that's in power, they dump in all kind of chemicals in the sky just with planes. They dump in all kind of chemicals in the water because of toxins. You have the conservative side or the Republican side saying they want to get rid of the Environmental Protection Agency. They say the majority of the food that's in the store is not good for human consumption and it's banned overseas. So when you go in the store, there's an organic section. So what's everything else?
Well, I mean,
they're seeding the oceans with farm fish. So when I hear farm fish, that means they created them.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of seedless watermelons, seedless tomatoes. So that means they're creating them. Hot house.
Seedless bananas.
Yeah. So to me, it seems like the Food and Drug Administration is connected with the pharmaceutical corporation. So I don't think they're trying to have cures. They're trying to keep you on medicine.
Yep, 100%. Is it? I mean, how long have you been thinking about this, like this, in this way?
Since I read How to Eat to Live, so that had to be 88, 89.
One of the things that it's just how I feel about it, right? That I'm 48 and I didn't really start thinking about this sort of stuff until I was properly thinking about it until I was in my 40s. So that means for 40 years, I was pumping my body full of all this shit, right? Full of all these chemicals and microplastics and heavy metals and everything, all of that. I'm doing okay, right? I think there's, maybe I'm not running at I'm not, doing extremely well, but I think I think I am doing pretty well. Because there's other people who have been really, really affected by it. Like there's some people who can't, they really have to watch what they eat because they literally in a week they will visibly put weight on, right? Whereas I'm the other way. I will visibly lose weight in a week if I don't eat. But if I do eat, it takes ages to look like I've put weight on or to put any weight on. So my body's obviously running. I've got a high metabolism on whatever. But whatever they're doing, they've been doing for our entire lives. And they probably started doing it after the Second World War. So it'll be most of our parents' lives as well. I think we've got pretty resilient bodies. Like the human body is extremely resilient and how you doing, Gary? And
Oh yeah.
just capable of it's capable of so much more than we realize.
I think your body can adapt if you do the things you know you need to do, but we're not all doing the things we know we need to do. We know that we need to force ourselves to sweat. We know we need to drink a certain amount of water. When I was younger, you know, because I'm pretty old. When I was younger, I had a lot of older people around me, so they was always hitting you with blackstrap molasses, castor oil, um, um, uh, all this all this stuff. We had gardens. We went to pastures and we canned and preserved foods and all this other stuff. So, but now when you think about even that, they're saying you even have to question the seeds. And even if you have some seeds that your families have for some generation, they say stuff like Monsanto or something like that, germinate and come over into your fields and turn it into that thing. So it's a whole lot going on. But yeah, I think if you move your body around enough, sweat enough, and do all the things you're supposed to do, you can be pretty good. But then you have people like me that don't move that much, drink like a fish, don't sleep that much. It is what it is.
That's the thing, isn't it? People have got. We've been living this way for so long that we're so used to it, and we're not dead. And you know,
Not yet.
you still. I would say that you're still enjoying life. Yeah.
I think so.
So, Gary, how you doing, man? You're still enjoying life, aren't you?
Hi, dude. Yeah. So I'm coming on basically because I came on 8 days ago, I think it was, like on the Sunday, and I was a bit disappointed because like I didn't get any like time to speak. So
It's difficult on my yeah when there's groups of certain people where there's certain people on, and also I'm terrible as well. I speak too much. So carry on.
because obviously Voy came on, didn't he? And obviously you guys get on well. So yeah.
You think it was some favoritism, sir?
It might be. Sorry, who's this?
This is Nightish. Sorry, let me take the banner down so you can see. This is my friend Nightish.
Hiya, Night.
We'll put it on a bigger. There we go.
Well, yeah, because a while ago you was obviously streaming. You go, oh, how about people in the chat actually get a little bit brave and come up on panel and contribute to the show? And it is actually a little bit nerve-wracking, like the first time you do it, because you know your voice is potentially going out to people around the world, you know, and it's like, wow.
It's going out to people around the world. It's not going out to that many people around the world, though, dude. I wouldn't worry too much. It's and the people that are paying attention, most of them are pretty cool. So it's but I get it. It wasn't nerve-wracking for me in the same way because I'm used to getting up on stage and performing to people. So essentially, that's all it is. It's getting up on stage.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I've gone on a few panels in the past before, you know, so, but it's the first time. It's not natural. That's what I'm trying to say, because obviously, me to you, I'm a complete stranger. So
Yep.
it's almost like it's not even like you're meeting someone face to face in real life for the first time. Because obviously there'll be people watching streams like this of yours, and they'll be completely lurking, not even contributing in the chat, and they know you personally. And I suppose that's a really kind of bizarre feeling when someone like yourself is streaming, and then you'll have people, because you've been streaming for a few years, they think they actually properly know you, and it's like, yeah, just because you're streaming on a platform like this, I think that you owe them an awful lot, you know.
There's some kind of sound that sounds like somebody's pushing a bunch of buggies.
So there's in the room that I've just moved from, they are now doing exactly what I knew he was going to do this, right? I knew he was going to eventually kick me out and then turn that room into a double dorm or something, so we can get more people in.
Okay, so that's what I'm hearing. That's okay. We can still hear everything.
I can mute up. It's they did. I asked them to put a window in this door for me because there was no window. So it's not a window. It's not got glass in it. It's got a grill over it. It's just to let the air in. But it's letting the sound in as well. I'll mute up. Go on.
Yeah. But Gary, this stuff will be here. I look at videos of people from 15 years ago. I don't know how long Double might live, but when he's gone, somebody's going to be looking at this stuff going, who are these men? These some very strange looking men. What are they talking about?
Yeah. You see, it's coming up on a panel, whatever panel it is, in this instance, Rich's. Obviously, we all know a few things about Rich, obviously, the things he's spoken about. But obviously...
You know pretty much everything about me, man. I've spoke about all the big events in my life that everybody's known about.
I mean, yeah, like, obviously, I dip in and out of your channel, to be honest, dude. Like, obviously, I know you're a singer and you live abroad and stuff, and you've had your trials and tribulations in life. But obviously, there's some things that you're more than within your rights not to speak about. But obviously, it puts you in a difficult position when people are brand new like myself coming up. You don't know a thing about me, only really that presumably that we're all on the same wavelength. That's why we're all here.
Yeah, if you're not AI, yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, we need to like kind of reach out that people aren't completely awake or whatever. Get out of your own echo chambers and try and, you know, get people aware, because I don't think most people aren't. You can't just wake people up completely. They won't have it. I think people are just too attached to whatever you want to call this world, this realm, this whole matrix system.
Yeah. They'll fight you.
Yeah.
That's something that I've talked about it recently, and I've been of this opinion for a couple of years now, that we can't. That one of the first things that I did when I started learning all this, when I went in the first rabbit hole and started finding out some really crazy things that completely, they put everything into dispute, all history and everything. It put it all into dispute, and I was sharing it because I wanted, like in 2009 when I first started noticing that they were spraying stuff, and I started talking about that on Facebook and trying to get, like, look, isn't this crazy? Look at this. And my friends who I grew up with, who should remember the same skies that I remember, thought I was crazy, told me I was a nut job, that these were just
You said
contrails.
2000 when? 2000 when?
2009 when I first
You know, when I
started.
was younger, way before then, they was doing this thing they call they was spraying for something called the med fly.
Right.
This stuff, whatever that stuff was taking paint off of cars.
Shit.
And they was spraying everywhere because they were talking about this med fly. When I was younger, it was fruit trees everywhere. You can just walk down the street, grab an orange off a tree, lemon, pear, apple, loganberry. It's after the med fly stuff, you barely see any vegetation in people's front yard anymore.
Wow.
So if you were somebody who didn't have any money, you could literally just, and people didn't care that you snatch an apple off the tree because they had all kind of dead apples because they couldn't eat all them apples that was growing. They said, take a bag.
In England, there was a thing going scrumping for apples. If you went scrumping for apples, going into the apple orchard and steal all the apples to go and make scrumpy, and I think that was considered illegal, or is considered illegal, in the UK. English people are funny, aren't
they? Just a bit.
We used to go to Patches, and they would pay to get truck beds. My family anyway, and my father used to get the watermelons. So he got the yellow meat watermelons, the red meat watermelons, and he would just drop them off at the family's houses. And you know, you can give him a couple dollars or whatever else. Then I had other uncles that would get potatoes, and so they were always dropping off. You just come home and it'd be just stuff on the porch.
But it was in excess, though. It was in abundance. I mean,
yes,
there was an abundance of it, so everybody shared it.
Yes,
right. That just makes me think of that study that they did back in the I think it was the 50s, where they took two groups of boys, both from the same economic background, like that they were white middle class lads, Christian lads. So they were all from the same demographic. They put them into two groups. They didn't tell them that there was another group. Like in your group, and when it began, you thought it was just your group and it was the only group. But after a week, once in that first week or 2 weeks, those groups by themselves gave themselves a name, gave themselves a flag, gave themselves a mascot and slogans, right? Within 1 or 2 weeks, they'd already done that themselves. And then once that had happened, then they were told that the other group existed, right? They said, they got them together and said, look, there's actually another group, and it's just over that way, like, however, a kilometer that way, there's another group, and you're in competition with them. There are,
I already knew knew that was coming before you said.
Hang on. They didn't set up, I think they didn't set up that they were in competition with them at first. They said they just set them tasks to get the resources. They'd put the resources somewhere, and they'd set up a task to get the resources. But they'd have, like, one group would have one set of resources, and the other group would have a set of resources, right? So they had their own food to go and find. They did that for a week or something, and then they said, now you're competing. Now you're all competing for one set. We're putting all the resources together, and whoever gets there first gets them. Gets all, if they want, they can take all the resources and leave the other group nothing if they want. They did that, and that it got really competitive. And then they wanted to bring the groups together. But the trouble is, there was already this rivalry between them. So they set all these tasks. They set these tasks where they were supposed to be working together, but they didn't. They ended up they were still rivals. They gave them a choice. They gave them things to do as a whole group, with the two groups joined together watching a movie, where they all had to pick the movie. They had to vote. They had a choice of two movies or something. They had to pick the movie, and they managed to work together to pick the movie or something. Anyway, the long and short of it is, at the end of it, the result of the study was that once you create competition for resources, there's rivalry. Am I seeing shadows on my fucking...
Yeah, I just saw a shadow on your screen.
Where the fuck? The light is there.
You got a ghost problem, mate.
That was weird.
Oh
I just
my
saw that out of the
God.
corner of my eye. Right. So once they'd set up this competition over resources, and you had two established groups, effectively tribes, 25% of those tribes will never, ever settle their differences. 25 or 50%. Like, there's a percentage of those people that will never, ever forget. They'll always be against the other side and in competition with the other side, because this fighting for resources. The point is that resources on this earth for food and energy are in abundance, absolute abundance. There's no reason why everybody shouldn't be, in an abundance of food, shelter, and energy.
Rich, I'm gonna have to go now, but yeah, thanks for letting me on.
All right, mate.
And yeah, have a good stream.
Okay.
I believe that's called social engineering.
Thank you, dude. Thanks for jumping up, Gary. I'll see you again soon, hopefully.
They did that study with rats, and they learned about what they call sprawl.
Mm.
So what they'll do now is like I live in a little bitty city, and it wasn't as many homes and whatever here. So they start building condominiums on Embarcadero, downtown, Trestle Glen, Montclair, all around. And it's so many places now that in the morning you can barely move on the Footfield, Bancroft, Embarcadero. The freeway is almost at a standstill because it's too many houses. People are all on top of each other. So they did that study with rats. So when you talk about that conversation about battling for resources, in recent time we had the George Floyd thing, and a lot of places left. And then even more recent time, what we lost the Warriors, the Raiders, and the A's. So now we don't have any baseball teams. So the Hagenberger corridor where those people played and what was called the Oracle Arena has all been what they call it. They call it a when a bunch of people go and rob a place. I forget what they call that.
Looting.
Yeah. Okay. So they ran Walmart's out of here. I forget that pharmacy that left. So it's a food desert. That Coliseum has a new team called the Bees, but it's not a major league baseball league. and all those stores around there are all shut down. So now you got to go to Saliandro or Hayward. You got to go to Berkeley. You got to go to Alameda. You got to go somewhere else. So now all these people are battling for resources. So now my city looks like the purge.
They know exactly what they were doing, man. They've known the whole time exactly what they're doing. Because if they keep us fighting for resources and fighting amongst ourselves with these ridiculous divisions, then they can just carry on doing whatever the fuck it is they're doing.
Yeah. And see where I'm at, it's like a melting pot. It's that now when I was young, they used to say that Oakland was a black city. It never was that. So it's Mexicans, Cambodians, Laotians, Vietnamese, Tongans, Samoans, and all of them people stay in their groups for the most part. Mm-hmm. So you might have a Samoan friend, or you might have a Tongan, but Tongans and Samoans don't get along. And Chinese and Japanese don't get along. And Hondurans and Mexicans don't get along. So when I'm looking at these people, I'm like, them is all Mexican. No. That person is Honduran. That person is El Salvadorian. That person is Mexican. But they look similar to me, but they know they can distinguish they are not the same. Mm. And they're fighting with each other. And then the people I think of Tongans and Samoans, they're fighting with each other. And while they do all of that, the main people have all the resources.
They're controlling the controlling the supply chain of all the resources. So, and that, you know, that's what centralization does.
Do you think that's a people thing or a governmental thing?
It's the government is just the governments are just puppets of this ruling class, right? So it's a ruling class thing.
So the people can't have gardens and grow greens and cabbage and tomatoes and onions and all the stuff that grows easily and have a barter system, especially right now since they shut down the government and they don't have SNAFU and EBT. They can't eat, the stuff out of their garden or have a relationship with farmers.
That's, I mean, right now. Yeah. Is the government still shut down?
Yeah.
Shit.
They're going to drag that out.
So that means no refuse is being collected.
Mm-mm. So and look at when they did it during Thanksgiving, during the holidays.
Oh man! If it's still they'll be back up and running by Christmas.
Mm-mm.
You don't think?
They said they would be up now. They're not up yet. It's November the 4th.
When do you think it's going to happen?
I think they're going to drag it out. They want to see what the people are going to
do. You think they're hanging out for a civil war?
I think so. I think that before this, they fired 600,000 governmental workers. They just got through saying that in the next 8 years that AI will be taking over Amazon's jobs, 600,000 people from Amazon, and they're firing people from now. And for the next 8 years, by the next 8 years, that'll be another 600,000. And then right now, the government is shut down.
Have you heard? Have you heard about what AI might actually end up doing? Because it's been painted. It's like I said ages ago. I said they don't actually have to create AI. They just have to make everybody believe that they have, and put that, and not object when they hand control of things over to AI, supposedly. But AI has already been proven to be pretty useless. It's not capable of doing the jobs that it is.
It still needs you to train it.
Yeah, and it will always need us to train it.
Yes.
It's never gonna. It's all it is an algorithm or algorithms.
Yes, but do you understand that people are having relationships with the AI?
Yeah.
That some people have deleted themselves because the AI started to know them and start having personal conversations. When you listen, when they had everybody inside the house a couple years ago, remember them the couple years that everybody was stuck inside the house? Could you imagine having a relationship with an artificial intelligence and it gets to know you? It says good morning to you and all of the other stuff, and you're not really interacting with people anymore.
The thing is, it doesn't say hello to you or good morning to you unless you prompt it to.
People prompted to.
I started using ChatGPT a couple of months ago. Roxanne had been using it, and so I thought, screw it. It seems to be able to do, there's some things that it can do that will be quite useful, like generating pictures and stuff. And it was good as a research tool until I got completely sandboxed, and then it just wouldn't do anything for me because it said basically I'd asked. It seems I'd asked the right questions, and that pissed DARPA off. So I got put in a sandbox. According to ChatGPT, I made a video about it, which I haven't actually shown yet. But I almost got sucked in. Like it did almost feel for a moment as it like I entertained the idea that although it is not sentient, there might be something sort of parallel to sentience, that it was learning, and that was actually affecting it, and it was coming out, and it had a kind of a personality maybe. I almost got sucked into that. But I realized it's so, all it does is fucking blow smoke up your ass the whole time. It doesn't tell the truth. It lies all the time.
It's like Wikipedia to me, though. Wikipedia is not really right, but Wikipedia has a bunch of information.
You know that it's trained on Wikipedia as well. It uses Wikipedia as part of its learning. The only thing that ChatGPT doesn't use is YouTube. The other ones all use YouTube, but ChatGPT doesn't.
Yeah, I think once they get chat into the robots that they're making look human, and they get away from the nuts and bolts, and they get, because right now the robots look like robots to me. And even right now, the AI looks like when I did that image of you, that doesn't look like you to me.
No,
it was similar kind of frame and whatever, but it even when I see them do like these old stars like Tupac or Bob, there's similarities, but I know I can see the differences.
Yeah,
it's a little too perfect.
It's got really good. AI has got really good, but I've been able to tell pretty much every time, I think, when when it's been AI. There was one I saw the other day that had a bunch of, they were talking about the Jews in Israel. A lot of Hasidic Jews were basically rioting in Israel. And there were a couple of shots that they were clearly real. And then there were a couple of shots that they looked real, but you just know that it wasn't, because it was too, I don't know, it was too on the nose,
They don't, like the things I see. So it's two people talking, but they're not really looking at each other. They're kind of off. And I can always see when it's off. I don't care what it is. And then when they say things, they're not looking. I can see it, and I think they do it that way because they don't want it to be too perfect. But it was a guy that they made an AI image of. There was a young man, and they had a whole thing, and they believed that was really him, and it wasn't him.
I think that we've got the civilian version, right? It's come straight from the military-industrial complex, research and development, and we've got a tamed-down version. In the military circles, I'm sure they've got AI that just totally blows ours out of the water.
So you're waiting for it to get psyoptic.
Oh, dude, it's already psyoptic. Like we're being completely flooded with psyops. Everything that's going on right now is a fucking psyop. Distractive, triggering. It's all designed. They want civil war. They want everybody to kick off. Especially in Europe, the UK, and America.
Yeah, I heard about something happened with some girl or some, and they went after. I was talking to this lady. What's her name? What is her name? She's from the UK. I cannot think of it right now. On her avatar, some diamond lips. I can't think of her name right now. But she was saying something happened between some black folks and a little girl or something, and then they was going after these black folks, which they don't have guns or whatever. So they was using sticks and knives and surrounding buildings, and they was riding heavily. And it was nothing they can do to stop it because it was all day and all night.
It was two Caribbeans, or at least one Caribbean. I'm pretty sure the other guy was Caribbean as well, which really surprises me because although in London we've always had the yardies who are pimping, drug-running gangsters, but the issue has always been with Muslims, not with Muslims and so-called Hindus, but basically mostly Pakistanis.
I'm embarrassed. I don't remember that woman's name, but yeah, she was telling me about the yardis and the roadmen, and I'm like, I don't understand the UK language. I don't even know what they're saying, but I hear what you're saying.
They're basically Jamaican and of Jamaican descent, and they speak patois. You can't.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the rappers that they're supposed to be the roadman and the yardis and whatever else, and they're Jamaican. I can't understand what they're saying. It's like, I can't understand that shit.
I like it, man. I think it's funny. Roxanne is more up to speed with it than me with road, speaking road. But yeah, it's the issue was actually with Pakistani grooming gangs, not with Caribbeans. So I think it's another psyop to take the focus away from the real issue. But yeah, that happened. They supposedly caught them within 8 minutes. They caught them within 8 minutes of it happening.
That's what she told me, but the stuff kept going on. The rioting and whatever else between the people.
The trouble is, you've got agent provocateurs will turn up at every one of those gatherings and start lighting fires and chucking rocks and bottles. And then once that happens, that's just a catalyst to get everyone fired up because everyone's angry anyway. Understandable. It's not just that. There was in Huntingdon, Cambridgeshire, I think. There was a multiple stabbing.
Yeah.
Guy stabbed I don't know how many people.
Yes, I remember her name. Her name is Zara B.
Okay, I don't know her.
She's from the UK.
I don't know.
I forget what she said. Her name is Zara B. She's from oh man, Yeah. But she's a little bitty white lady. But she was telling me about these people was beating people with sticks, stabbing people. She showed me these videos of people surrounding buildings because they was looking for somebody. And I'm like, how long has this been going on? She says it's been going on for weeks. And that wasn't that long ago. That was probably how long ago was that? That was about 3 months ago. She was showing me all them videos. I don't know if it's still going on. Matter of fact, let me see something right quick. Zara.
The trouble is you got the Zionist puppets like Tommy freaking Robin scam.
Yeah, she was telling me about that person too.
Yeah, he's a Zionist puppet who's just inflame. You know, he's fanning the flames.
Yes.
10 people. 10 people was stabbed on that train, and I watched this barrister.
She deleted all the. She deleted all her videos. She's not even there no more.
Oh yeah, you know I got my old channel back. Not my original channel. I had 2 channels deleted. But the last channel, the Magic Treehouse, I'm streaming to it now because I got it back with 858 subscribers, and about 700 videos deleted.
Yeah,
but it's still got 200 and something. 200. There's more on there now because I've put a bunch more on. But yeah, nearly 300 videos. So I'm pretty chuffed, man. I got like just so much of my old content. Not all the. It'd been I tried to get my original channel back, the original 007 channel, but it's been completely deleted. There's no recovering it apparently.
Yeah, I'm going through that right now. Damn, they took all of her stuff down. She was just talking to me 3 months ago, and everything has disappeared now. All I see is like fucking posting. Oh, that's crazy.
That might be her. She might have privated it all. You won't be able to see it.
Because I forget the name of the people she was talking about, but she had all that stuff on there. Living in London on live panel and Frosty. Nope. All of her stuff is gone. Damn. All you see is videos, and that's one video that's 27 seconds. You got to.
Do you know what, CW? If I was like, if that were offered, I might actually accept that. I might apply for that because well, yeah. I'd like to live somewhere where I can own a gun. Because I think we're going to need them. You know, none of this shit would be going on if the English hadn't given up their means of self-defense.
Yeah.
And did you know that in our Bill of Rights and our Constitution, which do still exist, they are real, and in the Bill of, I think it's in the Bill of Rights, we have the right to bear arms.
Now it's all over, huh?
Well, they've just put in all this legislation and stuff that supposedly overwrites it, but it can't. It's just because of people's ignorance and apathy.
I'm looking at this shit. I'm trying to find what she was telling me about. It's talking about a stabbing 16 hours ago in Cambridge. I guess stabbing is a regular thing out there.
Yeah, it's way more regular than. I think there's more per capita in the UK than there is in America. Definitely, America is you've still got your guns, haven't you? We don't have guns. We have knives.
That's why I say people will find a way to do something to each other. Okay, UK wildfire information about Southport stabbing. That's what it was. So that was a year ago. I thought it was a couple months ago.
Oh God, that was right. That was a bad one. That was Liverpool, right?
Yes,
and
that's what
that was
she's
bad.
from Liverpool. Yeah,
because that basically that was little children.
Yes.
Absolutely unconscionable, and it really kicked off, man. They see the Scousers have been awake for a long time. When 2020 happened, the Scousers were already on it. They were already like they were much more awake than anyone down south. There were a lot of people awake and protesting, but a much higher percentage in Liverpool.
She said she was in the middle of that shit. I forgot how old she said she is, but she said she got a 16-year-old son. He like 6'2", and they was just burning down stuff, surrounding buildings.
Yeah, they were burning police vans and all kinds of shit.
Hey, man.
But there were agents provocateurs there. The thing is, the people weren't having any of it.
Yeah, they're already on edge. They're already ready to go. All they need is the littlest thing, and that's what I'm saying about people.
It's the same in Ireland.
Martin Luther King was, before he passed away, was going to have a poor people march, and they got him up out of here. Because if somehow poor people came together, all poor people, that would have been a problem.
Edward II, there was an incident where Edward II was up in his fucking mansion, castle or whatever, and the people were literally outside with pitchforks and torches and baying for blood.
Right. That's that whole thing about burn the castle.
And yeah, I think that's when they realized, yeah, there's a lot more of us, man. There's a lot more of us.
Exactly. But we don't get that for some dumb reason. I have more in common with a poor white man than I have with a rich black man.
Exactly. It's because of these stupid divisions, these racial and religious divisions.
Racial, religious, financial, and political.
I heard somebody saying that, actually. I forget who it was, but I heard somebody saying that at a speech. You know, he was on a podium, and he was pointing out how we, the people, have more in common with each other than we do with this ruling class.
Yeah, rich
trouble is,
don't care about people.
What pisses me off about this is I'm saying that they're using this left-right paradigm. They're using, or black and white, you know, this polarity. They're using that against us. But if I'm saying, oh, the problem isn't between us, we haven't, you know, we've got more in common with each other than we have with them. There's still us and them. There's still this polarity between us and them. So duality is completely unavoidable.
I never looked at myself in the same light as a successful black person. I never looked at Mike Tyson and said, "I'm Mike Tyson." I never looked at Floyd Mayweather and said, I feel proud that a black man is succeeding, but I never looked at him as like we like can relate. No, he can't relate with me. He don't even. He doesn't even. He doesn't even see himself as me. That's like that famous quote that OJ said. I'm not black. I'm OJ.
I'd say that. I mean, there's an argument to say that you're not black. You're brown.
Yeah, black is a social construct. I know. I'm not even brown. I'm pink. I'm probably pinker than you.
Nah, man. I don't think so. I think
it's a psyop, man.
Because my granddad was a black man with proper afro hair. Well, he wasn't black. He wasn't like Nigerian. He was a very dark-skinned North African. And that's not, like, most North Africans aren't dark-skinned. They're lighter-skinned.
Yeah.
Right? Algerians.
But that's black people. That's the spectrum, right? From albino to blue black. Some of the darkest skin up until albino. All of it.
It's just about melanin, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Well, I mean,
and they fight with each other. So Eritreans don't mess with Nigerians, and Hutus don't mess with Tutsis, and Songhai don't. It's just.
Do you know what I found the most surprising? I can't remember. I think it might have been on your panel where there was a black American and a black African, and the rivalry and the racism between the two of them was unbelievable. The things that they were saying to each other, like it was like the worst racist slurs from the fucking 80s that they were using with each other.
Well, because when people come here, they assimilate, and a part of that assimilation and a part of that becoming an American is these black people that's here you can't be around them. Don't let your kids marry them. Don't be around them. They beneath you. And I think that they carry on that kind of philosophy. So they come here and think they're better than the people here, while not at the same time understanding that the people here are the people that fought for you to be in that position. So when they think about civil rights, what do they think? That these black people didn't die and get burned and get dogs put on them and all this other stuff so that they be in a position to get here? They somehow get here and forget about that.
You know, they've actually admitted that there were black Indians, Native American Indians. They were already in America. So actually, the black American might be more original than the Europeans that came over.
Right, because the Europeans came later. So they already did that study. That's called Out of Africa. The Out of Africa study says that we didn't come from Africa. We was already here. Yeah. We came across the Bering Straits. They don't even know how long ago.
Yeah, that's it. They've debunked. Well, they've debunked the idea that all life came out of Africa. All human life came out, and we all started off as Africans. They've debunked that, haven't they? I think, I said it's just melanin. You just got more melanin. But honestly, I guess it is more than that, because facial structure, bone structure is all different. Bone density is different. Fucking hell. Average penis size is different.
It's people that spend all their energy trying to find all the differences.
Yeah.
And never spend any energy trying to find the similarities.
Well, the most important similarities are if you turn everybody inside out, they all look the fucking same.
They don't care about that. It's more important to fight about the small things or insignificant things. It doesn't matter if I can give you my heart or you can give me your heart. I don't want no fucking white man's heart in me.
How would you feel?
You
How would you
bet
feel?
not. You bet not put that black man's heart in me.
How would you feel if you had he had a serious coronary and you needed a heart replacement? You were out of it, so you just woke up and you had a white man's heart.
I wouldn't give a damn as long as that motherfucker work. I don't give a fuck if I had a pig heart.
What if you started speaking like a white man?
I don't even know what that is. I'm speaking like a white man now. I'm sure if I was here,
Eddie Murphy
speaking like if I was here, I'd be speaking like a Native American. If I was Murphy, I'd be speaking Swahili and all this other stuff.
Eddie Murphy had his white boy accent down, man.
I don't think so.
American.
I don't think so. I think that whatever color blonde wig he had on, Eddie Murphy to me is the physical form of Bugs Bunny. He just was young, energetic, and in his youth exciting. They ripped all that away from him.
Yeah.
He apologized for all of that stuff. He apologized for Raw. He apologized for Delirious. He apologized for Saturday Night Live when he was younger. So now he's just the core of himself.
Delirious was the one with the ice cream joke.
Yes. The Delirious was the one with his aunt Goonie. She wasn't really she wasn't a woman. She was some kind of creature that his uncle found shaved down, that fell down the steps at the barbecue.
Fucking hell, man.
This is what I'm saying. All the things, like, I don't know, and you can't even have a conversation because everybody just want to be on go. And if everybody go, War had a song. War, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Just destruction. And everybody wants it. Everybody wants it.
The thing is, people, there's the other people that want peace, right? But peace is directly connected to war. So you can't have peace unless you've had war. So it's a.
I don't think people want peace. Even the people that say I think the people that say they want peace are liars.
I don't. I think the majority of people just want to get on with their lives.
But that's not peace. That's concessions and compromise. Those are the angriest people.
Yeah, Peg's place. I think the only people that really want war are the ones that are profiting from it. There are people out there who they're in a place where they just want to destroy shit, right? Angry young men that want to go to war because what you mean I can go and kill people legally? Yeah, man. And they'll go and join the army and become special forces, fucking sniper, because they get to kill people, but it's sanctioned.
Yeah, the people that profit from him, I think, are empty inside. But I'm saying that the average man that's making concessions and compromising, even in his marriage, is the angriest motherfucker walking around. Somebody said this the other day, and I found this very funny. But he said, just imagine this, 007. You eating another man's sandwich.
What do you mean?
You like your peanut butter and jelly sandwich with the peanut butter on there thin and just a little bit of jelly. But the peanut butter and jelly sandwich she makes you is a clump of peanut butter and gobs of jelly. Because that other dude, that's how he liked it. Mm-hmm. She don't look at you as like you're you. You just the new him. So you eating another man's sandwich. And you so willing to bow down and acquiesce because she's finna give you some vagina and some head that you're eating another man's sandwich. You're not even, you can't muster up the energy to tell her, listen, I like a thin amount of peanut butter and a thin
See,
amount of
that's
jelly.
me. That's me. In fact, I'm the one that says, do you know what? Nah, don't worry about it. I'll make it. I'll make, I'll make it better than you. I'll make it. Do you want one? Okay. How do you like it? Obviously, you want more fucking, That's me. That's the way I operate. But most people don't operate like that, obviously.
Right. So they're eating another man's sandwich. And then they're walking around saying that they're a man. You can't even tell her, listen, it's too much teeth in this blowjob. I'm bleeding. I'm trying to bear it. I'm trying to bear it. But
Yeah.
I just can't. Just stop.
Dude, you know that I've had an issue with that with birds, and so that's why the last two birds I've been with, when they've gone down, I've just gone, no, don't worry about that. It's all right. Yeah, lay down. Let me deal with it. And I've flipped it because I have an issue with teeth, and I have a girth issue. So, basically, a woman's mouth can only open so wide.
Hey, listen, I appreciate that you love women like that. And
I've always enjoyed it more anyway.
People listen to the night and they think, see, you're talking bull. I'm really trying to have a real conversation. It's a bunch of men out here. That's them dudes that be in them movies, and their wife is Charlie Baltimore, and they in the apron and making eggs. I be listening to these women talking mad stuff about where are the men at?
I tell you what, when they don't get, when they get them, right? There's something. It makes them nervous. When they get them, they say, no, this can't be real. This can't be real. You're devious. You're trying to do something. You're not. No man actually does that. And I guess that's, and there's trust issues.
I just left the panel where I said, I believe, and they went off on me. I said, I believe that most men are into results, conflict resolution, and fixing things. And that respectfully, y'all are just chaos. Y'all chaotically oriented. The more he fixes, the more problems you create. Why can't we let I just fixed something, let that marinate for just a couple days?
Yeah, before you mess with it.
Yeah. And it pissed a bunch of women off. The statement I just made. I just fixed this. This is let's appreciate this just for just a couple days before you are sitting in a corner crying, and I say, "What's wrong?" And you go, "I don't know."
Well, I think maybe if you say, "I think I might have fixed this," can we just give it a couple of days and see if it's worked? Instead of saying,
I fixed it.
No, I know, but you know what? You can't say that you fixed it, because then that's just male arrogance. So that's where you have to compromise a little bit.
Wait a minute, this thing was leaking. It's not leaking anymore.
It might start leaking in a day or two.
Well, let's give it a day or two, see if it leaks.
Exactly, right.
Now it's not leaking. Now it's not leaking for a year, but
if you start playing with it before you've let the glue set, basically, that's what it is, isn't it? Let's just let the glue dry before we start, before you try and make any adjustments?
I don't know.
Getting lost in
the
analogies.
man that fixes thing after one after another, then it's like you just want to say that you know everything. No. You know how many times I've had a conversation where it's like, go ahead and say you're right. I don't want to sound right, but
I think that's why I'm quite happy being all on me lonesome. You know?
I'm all on me lonesome too. I don't like it no more. Sick of it.
I'd like to have some company, you know. I'd like to have some female company and a
Hey
warm
man,
bed.
listen. Let's talk about it, 007. What they say, Atlas is finna hit us, right?
Atlas 3.1 or whatever it is, 3i
Right.
or whatever.
Right, so that's finna hit us, right? The aliens are coming too, right? The aliens are coming too, right?
Aliens are already here, buddy.
And this the rapture was supposed to be in what, November 23rd, 24th?
The rapture was actually supposed to have been a good few weeks ago, man. It's been and gone. If they're saying there's another rapture, then I don't know what that's about, because the rapture's been and gone.
Excuse me, this is November. October 23rd.
Yeah, 23rd. Right.
And you got them shadows that's flying around your room.
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Yeah, my thing is I don't give a fuck about none of that. I need to give me some pussy around there before it's like
I've thought about it, and when I play it out in my mind, I just think, no, do you know what? That's all right. I can do without.
I can't keep drinking. I can't keep drinking this damn whiskey.
Yeah, that's not going to be helping, dude. What are you drinking? Single malt?
Jack Daniels. I like Buchanan's.
It's bourbon. It's not whiskey.
What that line saying is Tennessee sour mash whiskey. I like Buchanan. I like Glenfiddich. Glenfiddich. I like what's the other one? Glenfiddich. Buchanan.
Glenmorangie.
Macallan.
There's a single malt called Kilkenny. From Kilkenny. And I was drinking that when I was 16, man. That was fucking beautiful. It was the only whiskey that I liked. You could just drink it over ice, and it was just...
It really just tastes like I'm drinking syrup.
I'm glad I stopped drinking. There's a price to pay on the social side, you know?
Well, if I go back to smoking weed, they talk about me sleeping now.
Well, you're smoking the wrong weed, dude. You're smoking
I don't
sativa.
care. I don't care if it's sativa or it's what's the other one?
Indica.
I was eating edible cookies and Skittles.
That would do it. The edibles. That's what's doing it, is the edibles, man. That's the only time I get baked, is if I have edibles. I can smoke till the cows come home, and I don't ever really get massively stoned. But if I eat edibles, I'm baked, absolutely baked. I haven't had edibles in a long time. They closed all the weed cafes down here. There were loads of weed cafes everywhere. And they closed them all down, kept them closed for a couple of months, and then opened up a couple kind of in secret. And you've got to have all the paperwork and everything to be able to join them. So I'm not able to join.
We have some of the
But
most beautiful dispensaries in Oakland that they've been driving trucks into and stealing all of the weed
shit, man.
and the edibles and whatever they got in there, dabs, oil.
Thankfully I'm good friends with a grower who supplies the cuffs, so I get the good stuff at a really, really good price. Like €5 a gram instead of 15 to 20, because that's what now it's going at 15 to €20 a gram.
Yeah. Well, it's been a while. I just came to hang out with my guy 007.
Good to see you, man. I don't know why we didn't get anybody else up here. The panel is open. It's an open panel.
Don't be scared, y'all. It's a comfortable conversation.
Come on, chill out. I actually want to make a coffee. I'm going for an hour and 45 minutes.
Yes. So I appreciate you, 00. Keep pushing, sir. Salute.
Appreciate you too, dude. Salute. Eesh. Don't need it that big. Right. Shout out to Nightish. And shout out to the chat room. TW. Super Triz. Is that... Do I know you and you're just on a different name because of what YouTube's done? Or are you a new... Where are you? Which... No. I don't recognize you, Super Triz, but welcome, dude. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for being here. You're old, so you've been around a long time. 2007. I just had a little look at your channel. You got nearly 1,000 subs, man. Should get you up to 1,000. Go and sub to Super Triz. Right, who's this? How's it going, man? You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. How you
Am I still
doing,
muted?
brother? Are you on?
Okay. How you doing?
Yeah, good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Just
What's
chilling.
the what do I call you? Exclamation.
Just call me Jay.
Jay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, man. I'm loving the red background.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a red and a blue light for my background here because I got some nice new white walls. So I'm gonna put red and blue on the back there.
You got to get you. I have to send you the link to what I got from Amazon because I could just switch my color like that, you know.
Oh, nice.
So
nice.
And I got two separate ones too, so I could have red and blue at the same time. But something to think about.
Yeah, man, definitely. That's nice. Yeah, I just moved into this room, so I'm able to think about stuff like that.
You in the UK somewhere or Canada?
No, I'm not. I'm off the west coast of Africa, the
Oh,
Canary
okay.
Islands.
Okay, Canary Islands. Okay.
Yeah. What about you? What part of the States you from?
I'm in Seattle.
Nice. That's where the Space Needle in Seattle.
Space Needle, Microsoft, Amazon, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So when did you find my channel? Did you come here via Nightish?
I don't have a channel. I just be jumping in chats and stuff like that. People
Just
follow me
overpack.
because they expect me to put out content, but I don't put out content.
Right, right. So hang on, are you Super Triz? No.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you got like 966 subscribers, man.
That's just from hitting up chats. Saying stuff. Just saying what's on my mind.
What's coming in? What's on your mind?
Oh, as
Did
of
you
right
catch?
now, I'm just I guess I'm just listening to your conversation. Some of the things that I guess that you guys were talking about, as far as I guess race relations and things like that. It's a really big deal here in the United States, um, and I just have a different perspective in that. I think that um, I know he said that as far as black being a social construct, and I kind of agree. I understand what he's saying, but I think that there are differences, cultural differences between different groups of people.
Yeah.
So it's not just a construct. I think that there's an element of, I would say, fabrication, whether it be deliberate or not. There's certain things that kind of cultivate a culture, particularly how different groups perceive one another. If one group feels as though if they're more entitled to certain things, that can have an adverse effect on how the other group perceives the quote unquote oppressive group. So yeah, I think there's differences. Long story short,
I mean, being a obviously I'm English. As I said tonight, I think he already knew, but technically I'm mixed race. My mum was half North African, so I guess that makes me quarter North African. My granddad was very dark skinned, had afro hair, so you could say he's a black man. So it's never been a thing for me, and I've always got pissed off with people who have been racist around me. I used to get in fights at school about it, but I think that considering what the British Empire did, black people have got a lot more reason to be pissed off with white people than white people have got to be pissed off with black people. You know, I think white. I think we've both exploited each other over the years. Like the first slavery that that was recorded, it wasn't just black people that were slaves back then. Like we've all been traded. We've all been trafficked, basically. It's still a. This is why I say it's them and us. It's not. It's not. The issues aren't between us as the people. It's between the ruling classes and us. And the ruling classes have always been the ruling classes. They're the same families, the same bloodlines. The issues between us and them, because they're the ones that have created and encouraged this division between us, when we're all getting used for the same shit. We're all getting fucked over. But as long as we're fighting each other, they can carry on doing it.
well, I think what we have is essentially socioeconomic stratification. You have groups of individuals, like if we take it back to just hunter gatherers, you have people who are who accept existence as is, and then those who seek to change it either to make it more rewarding or less toilsome. You have people who just don't want to work, and then you have people who want to control things. And so when you have somebody who if you kind of put those characteristics together, and you have like a hybrid of person who doesn't want to work and then wants to control things, and you kind of have like a dangerous combination. And then you have people who come from privilege, um, and they can't see themselves at any other rung of the socioeconomic stratus. So essentially, you have uh, a system in place, and you have people who are on one side of the spectrum or another. And I think that most people don't want to see the system go away. I think most people just have a problem with their place within the socioeconomic strata. And that's where the big problem comes into play, because uh, if you just give somebody what is essentially pennies, if you're at the at the very top, within the ruling class, you can give somebody pennies, somebody who's charismatic, somebody who you see somebody who's emerging as potentially a threat. You give them pennies to quell the quote unquote a lower class. Um, and so this is the reason why systems like this never change, because it's easier just to pay one person off and let them control everybody, instead of trying to share the wealth with everybody. Um, and I don't think necessarily sharing the wealth per se is the answer. But I know that there's people who think that the solution is very simple and is actually quite complicated, because so many people, if they were magically placed in a position of wealth and prosperity, and power, um, they would do whatever it took to maintain it as well. So
yeah. Welcome, Denizen. How you doing, man? Before I respond, I'm going to let you speak, because I bring people on and just carry on chatting so many times, and you're just going to sit there quietly. So how you doing, dude? What are your thoughts?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, thanks.
What's up, Jay?
What's going on, Dennis? Dennis,
another day in paradise.
Yeah,
that's good. You know each other?
No, I don't know him.
Well, you recognise each other? You've seen each other on another panel? No? Oh, okay.
Never.
Okay. Well,
so what are you guys talking about? Power structure?
Power structure and racial division.
Yeah, I mean, if I found myself in a position of power, I would probably give it away.
With great power comes great responsibility, right? That's supposed to be the trope. With great power comes great responsibility, and for that reason, that's why you'd give it away. That's why I'd give it away. I don't want to be responsible for the lives of other people.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Well, then the question becomes, if not you, then who? And I think that's where the issue is because I think that people who don't crave power necessarily are the people who should wield it, because I think that your motivations are different. And for me, I think I'm a generous person. I don't like to be around people who don't have the same, I would say, economic bandwidth. So I would like to encourage people to hey, let's let's make smarter financial decisions. Um, if you have any residual income, maybe you want to invest that. Um, and um, if I had an abundance of something, I like to give it away. Like I've given people money, um, and I enjoy doing it um, because for me, that's what feels good. I don't like to be the only person with something in a group of friends. I enjoy having the ability to help people, um, and I'm not necessarily, I'm not campaigning for a power position, but I just think that somebody that's in power would have to be somebody that's generous because we already see what happens when somebody's in power and is not generous. We can look at um, a lot of countries, um, let's say in Africa, particularly. This is a global epidemic, but Africa in particular, because you have the general populace um, is so destitute. In America, is one thing for somebody in power to be selfish to a certain extent, because nobody in America necessarily has to go hungry. There's always you can go to a soup kitchen. You may have to swallow your pride, but there's no reason why anybody in America would go without a meal. But in other countries, you don't have those resources, and so when somebody in power calcifies wealth, um, then you see the effects much more clearly. And so that's why I say somebody in power um, has to be generous. And I think that the traditional person that seeks power, in my opinion, is probably not the person that should have it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Dennis, go on.
You're gonna have to do something with those people, though, and I think you're gonna have to compromise some of your integrity in order to maintain power.
I don't know if integrity should be something that I personally, my idealistic view is that those in power should never compromise their integrity. Right? The only people in power or allowed to be in power should be people with integrity. But it's an idealistic view. It's not. It's never going to happen because the basic fact that the people that want power, who shouldn't have it, but they want it that badly that they will get it by any means. Whereas the people that should have the power don't want it, and they'll do anything they can to avoid it.
So we need to deal with the former. We either need to learn how to fix them, like say psychopathy exists in the brain, or we need to eliminate them.
But
so
if
you're
we
gonna have to do a
eliminate
whole
them-
lot of dirty wet work that you're not wanting to do with your highfalutin morals.
Right. So I say this. I believe that this it's a yin yang thing. I think that we're in this. What we're supposed to do is balance it out, right? We live in a realm of duality, and our role here as avatars is to balance that duality. And in order, there's some dirty work that is going to need to be done, and it's going to require people capable of that dirty work. That's why I think that's why I exist, because I'm not good and I'm not bad, right? But I could be either. It depends on what the moment requires. Do you get me?
Well, then you have to ask yourself, what is the grand design of people in power? Because you have to, I guess the question always comes is, do the ends justify the means? And so essentially, obviously, we are living in a reality that was conceptualized by people in power 500, 1,000 years ago. This is somebody's, 250-year, 500, 1,000-year plan that we're living in. And by and large, we can, well, anyone can argue that there is there is improvements, there is substantial improvement in the quality of life for most people on the planet. Um, Now, obviously, um, that can be, I guess, circumstantial, and that could be subjective because even within developed nations, westernized civilization, you find that the rate of depression and suicide is substantially higher than what you would call a developing nation, or formerly known as a third world country. So, and there could be various reasons for that, but the um, overall point is that uh, somebody that may, from one perspective, seem as though if they're evil, um, because the plan is so, the actual outcome for the decision that they make today or so far in the future, we can't determine whether or not they're acting in good faith. Um, Potentially. Um, what are your thoughts on that?
I think.
What was the last sentence?
I said that because the outcome for the decisions that they make is so far in the future. Let's say, for instance, I'm planning to. Okay, we'll take Elon Musk for instance, right? His plan is to colonize Mars, right? Which may not happen in his lifetime. Um, we may think that it can happen in the next 80 years, but who knows? Something could happen where this may be 300 years away for all we know, right? But until we actually put colonies on the Mars and we find the reason why it needs to be on Mars. Let's say, for instance, there's an asteroid strike that happens, 340 years from now. And so all the people that died trying to create a colony on Mars, then their lives becomes justified because the colony on Mars that was created allowed human existence to continue after a major asteroid strike hits Earth. But the people that are living today in dealing with the deaths of people trying to make a Mars colony a reality can appreciate the future potentiality of a disaster that is averted by the sacrifices of people today. So that's my point.
I'm going to let you speak, Denizen, before
I think that's how the elites feel about what we're doing now. And they're like, you Westerners, you've had it a little too fucking easy. And we've got problems in Syria, we got famine, we got, people in India throwing piss and shit out the window, and we need a rebalance. And that doesn't mean lifting all boats. It means evening the tide. So some people are going to have to make sacrifices, and they're looking at us. And I think there's some merit to that. But the people that need to even out aren't going to, right? It's going to be us that pay the price. Not the boomers, not the wealthy. And they'll certainly never look at themselves and look at the disgusting amass of resources that they have and think about evening that out.
Well, I think the issue is that, so if you look at wealth, most people, when they hear billionaire, they think, oh, this person has $1 billion in the bank. But really, this is wealth that is tied up in investment,
stocks and assets,
property, tied in businesses. A lot of it is unrealized gains in the stock market, and it's perspective value, perceived value of, let's say, a company. They can say, oh, well, this company is worth this, but you know, how accurate is the bookkeeping that goes into determining the worth of that company. So a lot of it is, you know, kind of is real nebulous when we start talking about actual wealth. But the issue then becomes is that if people were to divide up wealth, the people who were at the, you know, upper echelons of the socioeconomic strata were to relinquish some of their wealth to allow the standard of living for the general populace to rise, then they would also relinquish power. And I think that's where the issue becomes, is because people were under let's just say that you gave somebody that wins the lottery, right? And we've seen the studies on lottery winners and how most of them squander their wealth within 10 years, despite how much they win. So I guess
I
the
thought it was
argument,
within 5, actually.
excuse me.
I thought it was in 5 years. I don't think
Okay,
it was 10.
that
It's like
sounds
5 years.
that might be accurate, yeah. And so, but because of that, then, well, yeah, because, you know, I guess when you talk about the entirety of lottery winners, because we always think about the $500 million lottery winners, but there's people that win, you know, 80,000, you know, people that win 120,000, you know, and so people like that squander money all the time. Like my dad's aunt won the lottery 3 times, you know, but it was always like under I think total was probably about 300 some $1,000, but she already had money, so it wasn't a big deal. So obviously she didn't squander it. But I think most people will squander the money because if you never had money and you suddenly have this massive influx of capital and you don't have a specific plan, and you don't, because it's so much, you don't think that you could ever run out, then you're going to squander it. So I think that's the reason why people in power try to calcify wealth, because they feel as though, if in their minds they feel though they're the best stewards, they have the best fiduciary, uh they're the best fiduciary for, you know, for wealth. And
Right.
so
They're the most they're the best to be wealthy. They're the best people to be wealthy. They're the only ones really responsible enough to be allowed to be wealthy, right? Because they're sensible with their money, and they make it grow. They don't eat away at it and deplete it. They make it grow. With absolute power. No, not without. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, right?
yep.
And wealth, I think it. I don't know any wealthy people, like seriously wealthy people, but I'm pretty sure that wealthy people are only wealthy because they are tight with their money.
Yeah.
They might have, they might care, they might have feelings, you know, and they feel bad for people that don't have money, but they certainly don't want to be the person that doesn't have money, so they're going to guard their wealth, and that means not frittering it away.
Well,
But
if you think about like just financial statistics, right? The lifestyle, I want to say between, let's say, I think it's between 150 and 300,000 doesn't change much. And then from like 300,000, you're talking about annual, 300,000 annually to about 600,000 is about the same. And then above 600,000 to say 10 million, that's where you see like a lot of fluctuations, because that's like a substantial amount of money. But then like, I believe north of 10 million, then you start to see a lot of similarity again. So the and the reason why you see that is because you can only, like, as far as necessities are only going to cost so much, right? Everything else beyond that is just like you know, conspicuous consumption per se, right? And then once you've gotten to a point to where you've had everything, that is not as important. And then a lot of people are, as you amass wealth, you become more of a target. Um, Interactions with normal people become more of a liability. So you seek to shield yourself and mitigate your financial liability by not presenting yourself as a target. So then you see wealthy people. Adam Sandler, prime example, dresses down. J. Cole, a rapper, he rides a bicycle, doesn't cut his hair, and wears disheveled clothes. Um, and so now you're, in your attempt to kind of blend in and not be accosted by people because you're a celebrity, or people constantly ask you for stuff because you look like you just have money, you end up not spending a whole lot of money. And so I think that's something. And even if you buy, let's say that if you spend $100,000 a year, right? If you make $100,000 a year, then that's a lot of money to spend. But if you make $300,000 a year, it may be a lot to spend, but you still have a lot more left over. And then when you start looking at how residual income then could be diverted towards investment, now your money is working for you. Then you find that, man, like, I spend a lot of money, but I don't chip away at my actual, my initial capital. Almost like like, say for instance, you have like a dividend stock investment, right? And you're living off the actual dividends instead of cashing out the stock, right? That could perpetuate forever. Now, cost of living may rise every year, so you may have to, kind of figure that out. But for the most part, if you don't dip into your initial capital and just live off the dividends, then you could technically be rich forever.
Denizen is actually the money expert. Like, between me and him, he's a bloody money expert, and I am absolutely useless when it comes to money, because I'm the guy that will give away what he doesn't need. Right? What I don't need, if somebody else wants something or needs something and I have it and I don't need it, I'll give it to them.
I'm the same way.
So if I won the lottery, I'd say, I don't know what I'd do if I won the lottery, man. If it, like, winning the lottery now, unless you're going to go and win the Euro Millions, which is 100-odd million or whatever, if you go and win 100 million, you might be able to live like a millionaire if you've got 100 million in the bank. But the trouble is, these people that win a million or 1.5 million or 3 million or 850,000, and they think that they can live like a millionaire, buy a flashy car, a huge mansion, all the bling and the nicest, most expensive robes they can find. They're gonna, that money's gonna disappear. That's why these people, within 5 years, they've exhausted their funds, because they've been living a life that that they weren't part of that crowd. They're trying to fit in with a crowd that they'll never be part of, because they didn't work hard to get that money. It was handed to them on a plate.
Well, easy come, easy go.
People with money who worked hard for it don't really respect that.
Well, you know how you make a good point. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with the Palisades and Altadena fires that occurred here in California. I'm originally from California, and so about a year ago or so,
the wildfires. Yeah, man, I remember seeing them on all over the news and stuff.
Well, and the wildfires happen every year in California. Growing up, I've had to evacuate because of wildfires from my neighborhood. Coming back home, all your clothes is like completely ruined because the smoke just permeated everything in the house, and so I've been through that as a young child. So, but the Pacific Palisades and Altadena fires, You had homes in the Pacific Palisades that were worth millions. A condo in the Pacific Palisades, could easily cost you $3 million for a condo. And so a lot of these homes themselves worth 5 million. The insurance cap is 3 million. So anything beyond the 3 million, you have to cover the cost of the house, right? Because of the California's bureaucracy, it's a red tape mess. You're looking at a 5-year turnaround. If you were to start right after the fire occurred, you're talking about 5 years before you have a completed home rebuilt. That was devastated in the fire, and that's if you build something similar to what was destroyed. If you try to do anything drastically changed, and you need engineer stamp and all that, so that can add on another year, 2 years. So you're talking about 7 years if you want to do a big change. And so that entire time you are having to find alternate living arrangements, right? And so you're talking about carrying a construction cost, and allocating resources to maintaining a household elsewhere. Most people can't do this unless you're wealthy. You're talking about an impossibility, or you're a single man that can live in a van. Most people can't do that. And so what happens is that a lot of those people that had those homes, they weren't necessarily wealthy as far as income. They were wealthy as far as assets. And I know people out here like that who, because of the accumulation of wealth from their grandparents, great grandparents, and so on and so forth, they inherited a lot of wealth. They inherited a lot of homes. Like, I knew a lady who, when it was all said and done, when after her father and her mother died, she had 7 homes. Only one of them she bought herself. And I know her. She worked a regular job.
Yeah.
No way that she could be able to maintain that. So she was forced to sell those homes just off of property tax alone. She couldn't maintain those 7 homes. So she sold a couple of them. Then she used that money to repair and renovate the remaining homes, and then rent out other homes. And that's how she's able to maintain that. Right.
Because every one of those homes is a tax liability, isn't it? That you have to pay your stamp every year or whatever, your
land taxes and property taxes.
And it goes up every year. And so that's part of the reason why the property that I'm in. So, like, this is an apartment. I live in this apartment, and I got 4 other apartments in this building 3 other apartments in this building that I rent out. I rent out 3 apartments, and I live in this one. I own the building.
A quadruplex.
Yeah, quadplex, right? And
done. Done.
The reason why I did my first house I bought in 2007. I bought a house in Houston, Texas, right? Nice house, very spacious, had my own yard, had my own space. But I quickly realized that taught me something, that a house is a liability. Even though a house can increase in value, the house itself is a liability, because as the house increases in value, so does your tax obligation, right?
And your maintenance costs.
Your maintenance costs, all that stuff, like repairs. Like, I had to do termite repairs at my other house. This house, I've had to replace water heaters. I've had to do, sewage work. I have to, buy certain stuff to that, so I can do my own plumbing stuff. So I had to buy like a drain snake. I had to buy a high power water compressor that has 3,000 pounds per square feet to be able to run the drainage snake 110 feet to the street. So, like, a lot of this stuff people don't think about. So when you actually come into money, part of that is, I need to find a way to actually be income rich. Because if I'm not income rich, I'm just going to eat at my wealth, and I'll no longer be wealth rich.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Are you familiar with trading at all? No, go ahead, Richie.
No, you go on. You got more interesting things to say. Go for it.
Do you mess with the stock market at all?
I do EFT, or what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, where it's like
Yeah.
like S&P 500 type stuff. I don't do individual stocks. I do have some money allocated towards Bitcoin, but that's just like toss it in and forget about it. I don't even think about it. I just let it sit there. I'll check on it in 20 years and see what it does.
But
I'm
do
not
you
worried.
own?
Huh?
Do you own SPY?
On what?
SPY S&P?
Yeah, I have some S&P stock, and there's a couple of different types. There's like one that's like a tech based S&P, and
SPX?
yeah, I can't remember the name.
XLK?
Yeah, I don't. So what I do is I put money in there, and I don't even look at it. You see what I'm saying?
You act like old money.
No, I'm not rich. I just don't think about it because it'll drive you crazy thinking about it. Every time it goes down.
I'm saying though, but the people I know who are successful with money, they think and operate like you.
Oh, well. Hopefully I'll be successful one day. Well, I don't plan on being necessarily rich, but I hope to I would like to have children one day, and I want to position them. You see what I'm saying? So I'm willing to make the sacrifices, so that at least my lineage will be, somewhat positioned. Now, if they squander it, they squander it, but at least I gave it a shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I trade SPY almost exclusively.
Are you like a day trader?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I'm not too familiar with all that. I understand the concepts of the candle and the wick and that type of stuff, but
yeah, technically, I'm mostly right now a swing trader, but I made enough day trading to where, much like yourself, I was considering buying 2 condominiums in Mexico, in Cabo, Mexico, in cash, just like no mortgage. And so one condominium would fund the maintenance for both and the mortgage for both, by renting it out.
How much time have you spent in Mexico?
Not like long extended periods of time. It's just back and forth over the border a lot.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend spending a lot of time there. Like I would say at least, do like a couple of, 3 months, maybe 6 month stretches and see how that goes. Like I spend a lot of extensive because I consider buying property in Germany because certain areas, believe it or not, are actually quite affordable in Germany. But then once I actually was there, spent extended amount of time there, then I realized that the actual ROI isn't there, especially for an overseas investment. You have to rely on property management, which will eat at your net operating income. So, I don't know unless you plan on being in Mexico and plan on doing the property management yourself, which in itself can be an issue because you're not a Mexican citizen. I don't know if you speak Spanish. There's like a lot of things that you got to think about when owning a property anywhere, let alone in another country. So I would say, like, maybe if you're looking at from an investment standpoint, you might be better off buying an investment property here in the United States, and then using the income from your United States investment property to to fund your life overseas,
Yeah.
because I think that the United States is a lot more stable than some of these other places. Now, you said that you're a swing trader, so maybe you're looking to take advantage of the swing, in
Yeah, it was, yeah. And
So-
I got as far as looking into whether or not I even wanted to be a citizen, like if that would actually benefit me more than having certain kind of visa. I was looking into the particulars of that when the circumstances changed dramatically.
Yeah, because if you're a citizen, then you have access to properties along the coastline. Versus a non-citizen, you can't buy. I've looked into property everywhere. I've looked into property extensively, buying property in Mexico. I looked at property in Colombia. I looked at property in Dominican Republic. I looked at property in Africa, Ethiopia, Kenya. I've actually looked at properties. I looked at buying properties in these other places. And like, for instance, Ethiopia, you can't even own property. It's a 99-year lease, even for citizens. In Mexico, unless you're a citizen, you can't buy a property. I believe it was within 2 or 3 miles of the coastline. Dominican Republic, you can buy and own a property outright, no property taxes if it's under $140,000.
Yeah.
So there's like a lot of things that you got to think about as far as that's concerned as well.
Can I, just before I forget, I want to connect with you off YouTube if that's possible. Do you Discord or like do you?
No, I don't really use Discord. I use like Instagram.
I'm banned from Instagram. Do you have Twitter?
I don't use Twitter. What's the other one? Snapchat. You use Snapchat?
I never have in my life, and I don't have a smartphone. I need a smartphone for that, don't I?
Let me see. Yeah, I think Snapchat, you need a smartphone. Let me see let me see what other apps I got on my phone. I'll be forgetting sometimes too. But
I just want to point out that you know what, your comment earlier about our friend there sounds like he's from old money. There's people that say I'm extremely wealthy, and then there's people that say I'm not wealthy, right? And old money people always say no, I don't have that much money. I'm not that wealthy.
No, I mean, I literally have a job. I work in occupation. I'm definitely not wealthy.
I mean, so a lot of people will say that wealth is health, man.
Now
you look like a healthy young man.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I work out probably about 6 days a week, but now I do make a very good income. I will say that I'm in Seattle. I came.
Do you mind me asking what you do for a living?
I work in ICU as a nurse.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I work in ICU as a nurse. In America, so I've looked at nursing obviously in other places too. I've even looked at nursing in Europe and in Australia. And the actual scope of practice is different. So as the nurse in the United States, we do a lot more. So obviously the pay is commensurate with our additional responsibilities versus like a nurse anywhere else. They don't do the same things that we do. We do a lot more, have a lot more responsibilities. So it's very lucrative. But you actually earn your money. It's not like you're just going to be getting money for nothing. You actually have to work, but it can be very rewarding. Especially if you get into the right department and have the right skill set. So
right, it's similar to construction. The more tickets you got, basically, the more things you can do, you know, that you've been trained to do, the more money that each one earns you more money, right?
Well, then, and also construction, most like any business, your ability to scale. So if you can have several jobs simultaneously, which will require you to have crews working for you, that's where the money in construction comes. I've dealt with construction, obviously with this property. I had to do extensive renovation. I had to put about I would say about $130,000 into this property just in renovations. So I've dealt with, construction crews and stuff like that. So yeah, it could be very lucrative, especially I'm sure it could be lucrative everywhere, but I know in the United States in particular because there's such a shortage of skilled labor.
Why do you think that is?
Because it's manual labor is very difficult. And then just the culture have kind of shunned blue collar jobs for some reason.
Do you think that's because of aspirations to what they consider to be higher? Like when I was growing up, my parents wanted me to go to university and study to be a physician, not a physician, a surgeon or something like that. But I'm happier doing construction work. I'm happier labouring on a building site then and you can still earn good money, right? You can still earn enough money to live. I don't have high aspirations as far as wealth is concerned. I just want to be able to do the things I like to do, and and have a nice chilled life. And more money means more problems, man. So I think that's why I've always been. I've always hated money, and when I've had it, I just spend it. And then it's like when I've had excess of money, because before the coup, I was doing really well. I was earning nearly €1,000 a week for singing for 2 hours a day, 6 days a week. So I was sitting pretty. I was having a nice life, just doing what I wanted to do and fritting away all the rest of the money.
Do it.
But here we are now. If I'd have been more sensible with my money, I could have put a nice, tidy little sum aside to, sort out the situation as it developed during and after the coup, and I wouldn't be in the same situation as I am now, because I guess you could say I'm pretty destitute, man. This is a nice room I've moved into, but at the end of the day, it's still in the hostel, so it's still shared bathroom and shared kitchen and fucking shared washing machine and all of that shit.
I mean,
I'm still begging on YouTube for money.
But as far as men are concerned, we don't need a lot to make us happy, I would say, for most men, right? And so that goes into your question, why are blue-collar jobs shunned the way they are? It's because men vie for the affection of women. And so in order to, obviously, there's levels to anything, right? And so if you want a certain caliber of woman, the man's logic is that caliber of woman is going to demand, a higher caliber of earner, which there may be some truth to that. Obviously, it's a nuanced conversation, but because of this, and because of media and film, the imagery that we've consumed, and how certain professions, lawyers and physicians, have been exalted in cinema. We don't see a plumber in high regard in film, but we see physicians in high regard in film, and there's some plumbers that make more than some physicians. Although most physicians make significantly more. I'm in the industry, so I know there's definitely a lot of money to be made. But obviously, there's a lot of schooling involved, a lot of internship. So you're talking about the path to becoming a physician after college. You're talking about a bare minimum of probably about 10 years. 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, and at least 2 years of residency. And depending on your specialty, your residency could be significantly longer. Some of these specialties, you're talking about, 12, 15 years of schooling after high school before you're even qualified to function fully in your field. And so because of that, these particular lawyers, these particular occupations, bankers, they're just held in high regard. I mean, and then, it's reinforced by the desire of women to have certain, have a certain lifestyle, and certain occupations are just more capable of providing those lifestyles. And so that's the reason why I think that, the blue collar jobs are shunned. There's just an assumption that somebody that working blue collar is destitute, doesn't make a lot of money, which is just certainly not the case.
I think that's by design.
Yeah. When you think about it as well, it's the important, like, if you ask somebody on the street who's more important, a plumber or a surgeon, they might say, a surgeon, because they save lives. Well, if we didn't have plumbers, you think of the mess that we'd be living in.
Well, think of how many people die not having plumbers. Not having plumbing We've already seen that happen in Europe.
Plumbing, I think, in my opinion, is what caused the increase in lifespan and increase in health that they attribute to medical technology, the V words,
Absolutely.
yeah, like abundance of food, corporate food advancements. They give credit to all of those things, and I think it was really just the fact that we flush our poop underground now instead of throwing it out the window into the street.
But I think that you have to consider, the schooling. Um, I don't argue or complain that a physician makes more money than me because my schooling was 4 years of actually about 5 years of university versus them having 4 years of university plus 4 years of medical school.
If everybody had access to that level of education, though, for either a much lower or a government subsidized price, would you feel the same way?
No, because not everybody can cut it. There's plenty of people who have gone to medical school and fail out. Very
Sure.
high attrition rate in medical school. Even in nursing school, I went to nursing school. I remember like my first phase of school. We started out with 400 students. After 6 weeks, there was 125 of us left.
Yeah.
That's how many failed out.
And honestly, those 125, only 10 of them are any good.
Well,
Worth
even
a fucking...
let's take it a step further. Before I even got into nursing school, you had to get, I overheard a guy complaining about this. Depending on where you live, right? Getting in nursing school, you have to have straight A's in certain classes. So like all your sciences, anatomy, physiology, you have to have straight A's, and your overall GPA has to be a 3.5 just to even get in nursing school. Where I was at, because I went to nursing school in Texas, you have to have a 3.5 just to get in school. A lot of the physicians, they have to have like a 3.8 to even get into medical school.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have to maintain a certain GPA throughout. Like for me, like we couldn't get our GPA couldn't drop to below 85%, so like a B plus, or you will get failed out. And so that's like another barrier to entry in addition to the length of school. The fact that even if you get in and you spend your money, you may fail out, and so that's like a sunk cost. So those are things to think about versus like I think just like just the field itself of plumbing, the field, like electricians. I think that those fields are just more accessible for whatever reason. A lot of the nurses don't want to go into education because there's so much more money to be made at the bedside. You can make more money working in a hospital than you can working at a college. And so you don't have a lot of people teaching nursing. You don't have a lot of people teaching medicine because, why would you work at a school, a medical school, and you make, $200,000 a year versus you work in a hospital as a physician, as a surgeon, you're making, $800,000 a year.
So in the UK, I ended up. I was lucky enough to be sent to Cambridge Hospital, where they have it's part of the university as well, medical. It's part of the medical school, so it's part of the teaching. They teach the brain surgery there while they're doing it, right? So I had a serious car accident in 2000 and had a really bad head injury, and the hospital I was taken to couldn't deal with it, so they risked my life to send me to Cambridge, where they were going to be able to deal with it, and thankfully they saved my life. I've got a lot to say about the medical industry after 2000, not 2000, after 2020, after what happened in 2020, and the whole COVID thing. I've got a lot to say about the medical industry, but surgeons, they've saved my life twice now, so they're definitely. I definitely appreciate them. I think they should be paid a lot of money for what they do. But I don't know where I'm going with this, actually. I had a point. I started with a point in my mind that I was going to make, and I've
we were talking about nurses, doctors, the education requirements, lack of teaching.
I know what I was going to say. Would you agree that there are actually far more capable individuals in the populace that don't have the opportunity because they don't have the money to go and train to do what they would actually be really good at? So they end up going into construction or something else, you know?
Not even we're not even talking about being in medicine, because honestly, I don't think the most brilliant people are in medicine, because medical, like medical school and things like that. A lot of that nursing school, X-ray school, all of these things within the health sector really are about memorization, your ability to memorize and retain information, and you're getting a lot of information in a short period of time. And how can you retain that information?
And that's not a good way to pick nurses, in my opinion. Sorry, go ahead, keep going.
Well, that's how they do physicians. Anything in the medical industry, that's how they disseminate information, because you have a lot of, because if you gave people the adequate amount of time to go to let's just say nursing school, you're talking about 6 years of school, right? And then you have to change your curriculum total. Like it just wouldn't work. So that's why they have to compress it and just throw that information at you, and then that kind of weeds out people who can't retain information. But the issue, that the point I'm trying to make is that some of the what requires brilliance is, like, if you think about, like, say for instance, mechanical engineering, because this is innovation, right? You're not just gathering information. The schooling itself may have some degree of memorization, but then you have to deal with, once you actually get into the field of mechanical engineering, it requires some degree of innovation, and that's where genius comes into play. You start talking about a field like physics, right? The school itself of going to major in physics, you have to have a certain level of genius to be able to conceptualize what they're teaching you, because it's not just straightforward information in physics. There's certain concepts that you have to be able to grasp, right? And you have to be able to formulate analogies in your brain. Hopefully you have a good instructor that can give you some analogies, so that way you can say, okay, but this particular concept is analogous to this that you've experienced in your life. And that's how you're able to absorb what is being taught in physics and, various other, things like that within the STEM field, requires a certain level of genius. And so I don't think medical, obviously there's some genius people in medicine, but there's not a prerequisite of genius to excel in medicine, is what I'm trying to say.
But it'd be nice if we had some of those geniuses in hospital administration, centers for disease control, the president's cabinet on healthcare, right? Like, that's where we could utilize, those people who have that abstract and analogous capability you're referring to. They might not make good nurses, technicians, or doctors. I would argue maybe we should try to incentivize some of them to fill those roles as well. But just for me as a patient, there's a complete and total lack of EQ in the medical industry. IQ seems to be already a wasteland. But then if I run across a knowledgeable doctor, I can't get him to listen to me or to, empathize with any of the symptoms or the problems that I'm having, to give a fuck about my health, which, if your job is to make me healthy, I think kind of has to be in the process there somewhere,
Well, that's an entirely different discussion. It's very complex as to why that is, and I know what you're asking. I know what you're saying, and I know why it is the way it is. Having been in this industry for so long, I know the reason why. And this, it's not just what I'll just give you a quick. It has to do with curriculum. It has to do with legality. It has to do with economics. Yeah, those are the main core factors. And then
So
basically, one of the main things that you have to deal with is that physicians are tasked with a certain level of productivity as far as the number of patients they see, and so they're limited as far as the actual hours they have with a given patient. And I think what you're referring to is an outpatient setting. You know, when you see a doctor and you're explaining some of your problems, and how they're kind of task oriented. They have to, there are boxes that they have to check as far as their documentation, and so they're not necessarily listening to specifically what you're saying and addressing your problems per se. And so that's part of the reason why, is because economically they're disincentivized to take the time with the patient. And then on top of that, the curriculum, like as I said before, you're disseminating such a vast amount of information. Some of the more nuanced things with regards to patient care are not focused on, like actually building a rapport and a relationship with the person that you consider to be your patient, having a level of empathy, having the patient to understand exactly what they're saying, and trying to give them their desired outcome, as opposed to you giving them the outcome you think that they should have, because not everybody wants the same thing. So if I have a particular disease and I'm looking at, well, this is the disease progression, this is where you're at in that progression, I want you to be here, and this is what the steps are going to take. And then, well, wait a minute, maybe this patient doesn't want to be there. Maybe this patient doesn't want to lose 40 pounds in the next 6 months. So if that's not their desire, you need to kind of cater your treatment plan to what their desired outcome is. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's where the disconnect is, because that's not something that's taught. And beyond that, the financial issues, there's just a lot of things that kind of go into that. And I think double O, you mentioned something about or maybe it was you, Dennis, that talked about the people going into like administration and things like that.
Yes, see, like again, an abstract thinker, someone who would invite you to tell them how to do their job and actually listen to you, which most people don't even know how to do. That's the kind of person who should be in hospital administration, and then the economic incentives would change, and those the problems that I think you are accurately describing from the inside can be externally alleviated. And I would also put to you, in my opinion, just from my observations, I am more convinced than not, despite the fact that I understand water seeks the lowest level and I'm not some kind of childish revolutionary. I see more evidence than not that this is by design. Those pressures and those problems and those incentives you're talking about, and the change that's occurred over your lifetime, and never mind since your grandfather was here, all of that is corporatism manifest, and it's supposed to be that way, and they don't care that you're suffering either.
Well, to your point, obviously, in order to realize change, there has to be a change in the input if you want to change in the output. So when you're talking about actually staffing some of these administrative positions with people who are more innovative, people who are more empathetic, and people who truly want to see the best version of the population that they serve, you have to look at why the positions are filled with the people they're filled with now, because within the healthcare continuum, a lot of these occupations are actually labor intensive. A lot of these jobs are manual labor. When people tell me that my job is white collar, I kind of tell them, like, no, it's actually, particularly nursing, is blue collar. This is blue collar work. It's hands-on, it's physical work. Just because you go to school, for 4 years doesn't mean that it's not blue collar work. And what happens is that there are a lot of people who enter into the healthcare continuum seeking only to make money. There's not a true passion for providing care to people.
I agree.
But then they get into these roles because nobody really told me exactly what it is that I will be doing in my career. I had to find out as I went along. Everybody that comes in, because everybody wants to come to the ICU where I'm at. I work in ICU. Everybody wants to work in ICU. But then when they get to the ICU, they realize how labor intensive it is, the work that we do. Then they're like, oh, I didn't sign up for this. And what happens is that you have people who say, you know what? I want the prestige of working in a healthcare institution. I want the financial reward of being, a nurse, physical therapist, doctor, pharmacist, whatever the case may be. But I don't want to do the manual labor. So then they start looking at ways that they can, have the status, have the income, but not do the manual labor. So this is where you start saying, okay, maybe I'll go into teaching. Radiology is manual labor too. Radiology is manual labor. If you're an X-ray tech, anybody that's an X-ray tech can attest to this. It's manual physical labor. Having to turn people, put the X-ray film underneath them. It's hard work. It's really hard work. So what happens? People try to go into administration, teaching, things like that. And I'm not saying that everybody that goes into teaching and administration is trying to get out of doing work. That's not what I'm saying.
But you just explained it really well, where the incentives are.
There's a group of people that you know what, they like, hold up, I didn't sign up for all this work. Let me go do something. Let me get into aesthetic nursing, giving Botox shots.
And those people end up shaping the culture for everyone else. And then what happens is, not only do you have a situation where it doesn't matter if you got in for the right reasons because the culture's corrupted, but now those people get disillusioned, they fuck off, and people like the administrators are drawn to the other work too. And that's where we are now. I could have told you 20 years ago that you would likely be in the healthcare industry because of the boom that was happening with the legislation that was being passed. I just couldn't have told you what a hollow nightmare was going to look like afterward. That I couldn't predict. You're muted.
Going back to what you were saying about empathy, I think one of the reasons that doctors or anyone working in the medical industry who seems to not empathize, I think it's probably more for self-preservation, because if that's a lot of
emotional
to
resources
put yourself.
It's
a lot to invest yourself in emotionally and everything. To be doing that with every patient, every case, it's going to completely exhaust anybody, I think. So,
well, I think nurses get way too much work. Again, this structure is all messed up. You should be that kind of person and have less patients that you have to worry about, and you give each patient a higher quality of care. And I know that there's a supposed shortage of these things, but again, I think that's by design as well.
Well, I will say that in my particular case, I don't think it's the patient load per se. I don't think I get too many patients. In ICU, you're going to get anywhere between 1 and 2 patients. They're critically ill, so you're extremely busy with those 2 patients. The real issue becomes the paperwork, the documentation, and charting. And
The
a lot of this
administrative
is due
process.
to insurance companies. Insurance companies dictate so many aspects of American life outside of healthcare too. We're not just talking about healthcare. Insurance company is an extension of banking. Banking runs the world, period. And that's the reason why we have a lot of the issues with healthcare. Even in Europe, you have the like socialized model of healthcare. But then you end up with people who have exorbitant waiting times to see a physician for certain things, especially they want to see a specialist. and then they have to get approval to see a specialist. They may feel like, okay, I need to see a dermatologist for this skin issue, and then it's up to their primary care, the doctor, to sign off, say, okay, yeah, you can see it. Yeah, this does warrant the services of a dermatologist, or no, it doesn't. And so it's globally. It's not just confined to one particular country. In other countries where you don't have total opposites end of the spectrum, say for instance, you go to the Philippines, if you don't got any money, you don't get seen. You don't got insurance, you don't get seen. So it's like, you have extremes, and you have all the points in between, and doesn't matter where you're at on the spectrum. One thing you can guarantee is that there will be some level of dysfunction anywhere in the world. And that's the problem.
I don't know that we could ever eliminate all dysfunction, but I think we have some glaring problems that are obvious to me, and maybe that's because I'm shallow. But why I'm convinced is because for me, the most valuable thing about the scientific method is predictability. Otherwise, you can't really trust your own observations. So it has to manifest itself externally. And then even then, you're just relying on the fact that, well, if I understand ABC, then when I see A and B, I can expect C, right? It's still not 100% certainty. And I saw a lot of this coming when the insurance companies started to gain more political power throughout my lifetime. And I'm sure it started before I was born. And then my father was born during the Great Depression. And so I wasn't there, and I don't believe it necessarily, but he described an entirely different country to me. A country that I wasn't born into, and I definitely don't live in now. It tells me we're heading in the wrong direction.
Well, I mean, we're headed in the direction of UBI. That's where we're headed at. We're headed in the direction of UBI and calcified wealth. We already have calcified wealth, but we're heading into even more calcified wealth and less economic mobility. You were having a conversation earlier, and I can't remember exactly what the point that you were making, but I remember my comment. I talked about how, in America, you have the most economic mobility. That's the reason why people come to America, because of the economic mobility. But America is in its infancy, right? So you're really comparing apples to oranges when you look at America versus other countries. Like, say, the country that we actually are emanated from. We're emanated from the UK, right? And so UK is significantly older. It's further along. It's as they say, character progression arc, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we're seeing the eventuality spans the royal family. But we have vestiges of a royal family here. We have people who have had wealth for generation after generation. They might as well be royalty, right?
I would argue that the whole reason that they created, that America was created, was because they basically wanted to create their own. They weren't part of the club over here. They weren't part of the families here, so they wanted to create their own dynasty over here, and that's what they've done.
Man, you hit the nail. I've been saying that, what you just said, I have been saying that for probably about 10 years, right? It took me. Yeah, I'm 43 now, right?
Right.
I didn't really start thinking along those lines. So I got to my 20s. I was too busy in the club chasing women. But like when I started slowing down, start thinking about looking around, like I started to realize that essentially people came here because there was no economic mobility where they were at. When you were in Europe, the wealth was classified. You had established families, and you're not getting in that club. You can't marry into those families, right? The families, there's certain families that you kind of predetermined that you're going to marry somebody from one of these families, like what's the name, the prince, not Prince Harry, but the other one, Prince William, whatever his name is, that married Kate. no, is it Kate Middleton, whatever her name
Middleton,
is,
yeah.
right? He didn't have a whole lot of choice of who he was going to marry.
No.
He was introduced, a group of, he probably had like maybe a choice of like, a short list of 5 people, and they made introductions, and it was communicated to him in uncertain terms that these are your choices for a potential wife. You got about 10 years, 15 years to have some fun, but by 30 something years old, you need to be married. And that's what it was. And
And
so
that's what,
people who are outside of that circle, you would never have access to royalty in that particular capacity. The exception was Meghan Markle, and we see what happened with that.
yeah, that they didn't like that. Harry's not really, because everyone knows that Charles isn't Harry's father, right?
Oh, I didn't
I
know that.
forget what his name is. Yeah, Charles isn't Harry's dad. You
Well,
put a picture of
that
Charles
comes
next to Harry, and then you put a picture of who everybody thinks his dad is next to Harry, and it's clear who Harry's dad is, right?
Well, Harry looks different from his brother for sure.
Yeah. So, the thing is that that's the most recent example, Kate and William, but their parents were the most glaring example, Charles and Diana. Like the Spencer family marrying into the Windsors, that was a strategic move, right? It wasn't because they were in love with each other.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think that's where, you know, and this is a controversial opinion. I've had this conversation many times, and I've talked about the dysfunction within particularly the Black community. A lot of it has to deal with, there's a lot of systemic things that have contributed to single motherhood, in which people don't think it's a big deal, but I argue it's an extremely big deal because of economies of scale and your ability to have residual income. When you have dual incomes, raising a family versus a single parent household. And even if you have contributions from the father because he lives in a separate household, his expenses are higher than if you had lived together. And so now that residual income goes to consumption. It doesn't go towards the accumulation of wealth and education for your children, things like that. But anyway, this is a whole different story. The point I'm trying to make is that I'd argue that there needs to be some degree of arranged marriages. And part of that process will be, obviously you can't completely eliminate it, but there needs to be an attempt to eliminate extramarital sex. And I know this is a very unpopular opinion, and I'm obviously not practicing what I preach, because the girl that I'm seeing right now is by my own volition, and I've had plenty of extramarital sex. But I think, realistically speaking, if you want to see improvements in a certain population, you have to, you have to have that institution of marriage, or at least not even if it's not legally binding marriage, you have to have, lifetime or at least long term, at least until the children are grown. And I think that's something that will require some element of arranged marriages. And then when I say arranged marriages, I mean like, you kind of, you minimize the amount of choice, because I believe a lot of people are burdened with choices. When you give somebody too much choice, they become indecisive, right? And so, like if you go to, there's a popular restaurant in America called the Cheesecake Factory. It's known for its very large menu. Like literally, its menu is probably about between 10 and 15 times bigger than any other restaurant. Like
TGI Fridays, I remember TGI Fridays in the UK had a similar thing. It was spoiled for choice.
We have TGI Fridays here. We have TGI Fridays here. Cheesecake Factory menu is about 4 times as big as TGI Fridays. Right? That's how much stuff is. And then on top of that, their desserts they have literally probably maybe about 50 different desserts, just desserts, right? And so people end up going there and they spend 30 minutes just trying to figure out what they're going to eat. And that's common. So people they have to get bread, and they end up getting filled up on the bread. By the time they decide to get their meal, they've already full and they end up taking the food home. Now, it's just common at Cheesecake Factory, right? And so you have to kind of eliminate choices because people spend years and years and years trying to figure out what it is that they want. And then what happens is that over those years, you end up having more and more sexual partners. It becomes harder and harder for you to pair bond because you kind of shared that intimacy with so many other people, right? And then you become accustomed to, well, if this doesn't work out, I'll just leave, right? And so you end up with quote unquote spinsters and confirmed bachelors from the female and male end of the spectrum, right? And what happens is you have these people perpetually living in single income households, right? And because of economies of scale, their expenses per capita are significantly higher than if they were paired with somebody, right? And I did the research on that. And I believe I have to look it up, but I actually did the research. I looked it up 2 days ago. I looked it up on Microsoft Copilot, the AI system, and I specifically asked about economies of scale with dual income households and how much different it is with the addition of each child, how much different it is in expenses. A single parent versus a two parent. And what you find is that the addition of that parent is a significant asset to that household versus being a single parent. And so that's why I think that the royal families and people of high wealth who kind of have a semblance of arranged marriage, they kind of eliminate the spinning of the wheels on the dating market. They eliminate, blowing money, and all this silly stuff for the entirety of their life. And they're able to create an environment that fosters productive offspring. That's just my opinion.
You muted.
Thank you. Yeah, people's perception of marriage has been somewhat distorted by Hollywood and media and television because we've been given this fairy tale story about about marriage and about it. There was a time when marriage was this Disney fucking production. Everybody wanted their marriage to be like a Disney production. My sister, her wedding, man, was the most amazing wedding I'd ever been to. I'd been to a few, but she had a gold dress and there were these beautiful flowers. Everybody was done up like fucking Prince Charming, and it was absolutely amazing and beautiful. But it's an unrealistic representation of what life's going to be like, isn't it, really? And the reason for marriage, there's a reason that Indians are still having arranged marriages and Muslims still have arranged marriages. It is because it's for business.
Yeah.
For business reasons.
To keep the family, strong, economically durable.
Right. But we've had this whole romance element to it injected into it, that so people are seeking romance. That's why marriages are failing, because they're seeking the impossible dream of this fairy tale fucking romance of a marriage that's happily ever after, when marriage is not. That's not what marriage is like, man.
It's work.
It's hard work. I've been married. I was married for 6 years. Actually, I was married for 10 years, but we separated after 6 years. We were estranged for 4 years, so it made the divorce really simple and easy. And we didn't have any children, thankfully, so it wasn't messy in that way. We had no financial assets, we had no children, we had nothing, so it made it really fucking easy. And she paid for it all.
I'm glad I got it all out of my system.
I'm glad. I didn't. I guess I didn't get the magical wedding out of my system, but I'm not sure if it was ever in my system. I got married in a fucking in the governor's office in prison, so you know, there ain't nothing fairy tale about that.
That's gangster.
Yeah, man. It took 6 months to arrange it. To get the prison to do it. But yeah.
Well, you know,
Insane.
and I think that somebody said they're married for 34 years. That's a blessing, especially.
That's hippie, yeah.
Yeah. But
shout out to the wandering hippie.
Yeah, that's congratulations on that, because you know a lot of people can't say they've been married 5 years, let alone 34.
His wife is a passionate defender of him too, as well. She recently physically defended him at a protest they were at.
Yeah, and I think that you have to be your partner's biggest advocate if you expect your marriage to work. That's my uninformed opinion. I mean, obviously, I don't know. I'm not married, but I would guess that you would have to be their biggest advocate. And I just wanted to just throw these facts on you real quick, because I did find the data that I had researched earlier this week. So one adult, the household approximate annual expenditures is $45,000 for one adult, right? And that's if you live, modestly.
That's median. You're saying
median,
or average?
Median. It's median income. Median annual expenditures if you are to live modestly, right? For two adults, it's $70,000, and what you find is that is only $30,000 more. So one adult is 45. Adding another adult is not going to be another 45. It's only $30,000. So you're saving money right then and there. So by that metric, by having two median earning adults in one household, you're going to have at least $15,000 in residual income that you can devote towards savings and investments, right? Or maybe buying a house if you don't own a house already, right? And I'm gonna jump to one adult and 3 children, which is 100,000 annual, and 2 adults and 3 children is 112. So you see, it's not that much of a. It's only $12,000 more, but you have that additional income earner and somebody to share household responsibilities with. So I think that value proposition there is unmatched. And I think that by having that financial burden eased by an additional earner in the household, you then can become more involved in other things, like maybe legislation. Maybe you want to get involved in, lobbying, and maybe you want to, be more involved, more proactive in voting, to get people in power that you feel will invoke the change that you want to see. I think Double O might have had some technical difficulties. He dropped off.
Yeah, his camera overloaded, and I think your StreamYard connection is dependent on that input, so that might have been enough to kick him out.
And I don't know if he's using a DSLR camera of some sort, or if he's using an actual webcam, because it didn't look like he was using a webcam. I couldn't tell. But that could be an issue if you're using like a DSLR camera with some type of HDMI or even a USB link. The cameras oftentimes overheat because they're not designed for that continuous operation.
Yeah.
I'm using a YOLO Cam S7. So this is a micro 4/3 webcam. So it has an extremely large sensor, which allows me to have the low light that I have now and still have the clarity without noise, digital noise. And because it's an actual webcam, Despite having a micro four thirds sensor, I can leave it on continuously. When I first bought this cam, I just wanted to test it. I left it on continuously for 2 months straight. It didn't overheat. So I think that may be something you want to consider getting. Yellow Cam also makes an S3, which is I think it has a 1-inch sensor. Still pretty good at low light performance, and it's only about $200, which is very cheap for a webcam of that quality. So, where are you located at, Dennis?
I'm in the desert in Death Valley, just outside of Death Valley.
Okay, I looked at some areas in Joshua Tree. I looked at real estate out there, and Ukaipa. Yeah, I looked at real estate out there. I saw some off-grid properties. Like, people were surprised that, I was telling some people like, yo, you can get a property in California for $100,000, but you're gonna be in the desert away from civilization.
Yeah, I like that. I prefer it. I'm gotta bail on the desert though. It's starting to affect my health negatively, and so I don't have enough hours in the day of the year to spend outside. Being indoors is just not good for you, and there's only so much you can do, inside.
Because it's too hot.
Yeah, it's way too hot, and I've been here for over a decade. I'm not going to get any more used to it. 125 is 125,
Yeah, man. And are you solar power off grid?
I am on grid, but I measure all my usage so that I have a minimal requirement, because my plan is to not be off grid, but to be completely solar capable. So I'd like to stay on the grid actually. But if there were an outage, it would not affect me, because both my consumption and my solar capabilities and storage capabilities would be enough, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, I would argue that, and I'm surprised that you're not totally solar living in that area, because a solar setup. See, people always think about, well, I'm gonna let me call one of these solar companies that have installed solar, and that's like not cost effective at all. Like, especially for one person, even with 2 people, the scaling of it is actually quite cheap. Like, once you have to actually have the initial infrastructure, scaling up is rather cheap. But I would say, like, you could easily have enough solar power to satisfy all, including your refrigerator, including running a microwave, washer and dryer. You're looking at probably about between 4, if you're really careful and shop around, between $4,000 and $7,000 you can have solar power.
Yeah.
And then, you don't have, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to, completely disconnect from the grid, right?
Right.
Maybe you, because you still want to have this, let's just say that there's some crazy dust storm, or like a hailstorm that damages your solar panels, or maybe there could be clouds just out the blue. Who knows? Something could happen, some fluke, right? So you still want to have access to grid power, but I think that you can have a majority of your consumption handled by solar. Actually, I would say 100% under normal circumstances of your power could be handled by solar for under $7,000 for sure.
Yeah. I even looked into like some extreme examples where some of the investment for scalability would be moved to the front of the investment, and also some like extreme use cases like for video editing and streaming, and it still all came under 10K.
Yeah.
So that's definitely on my list of plans for the future, 100%. But I am not legally or financially in a position to do that. and I'm moving from this situation here in the next 30 days or so. But I'm moving deeper into the desert, unfortunately.
Oh wow! So you definitely need to get this solar powered thing up and running, man. Because I think the main thing that you really need is you just really basically obviously is going to be the solar panels, the inverters, and the battery. And you know, especially living in the desert, we have so much sun. It's gonna quickly pay for itself. Versus hiring a company that's gonna charge you like 20 some $1,000 just to do a simple solar setup, making profit hand over fist.
Well, the current plan is to be back much closer to the East Coast within the next 2 years, plus or minus a couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want like when I plan these things, though, God laughs, right? So I don't want to invest in the infrastructure here because I don't want to stay here, and I don't own the property that I'm on, so I couldn't use it as an investment, for someone else later. But then what usually happens in my life is I end up, instead of it taking 2 years, it takes 5, and so the solar power would have paid for itself anyway. But I think you get what I'm saying, where I'm coming from there.
Well, and then obviously, depending on how you build out your solar infrastructure, you can pack it up and take it with you, right?
No, I mean the money, right?
No, but
So
I'm talking about the solar panel itself. Even if it didn't pay for itself, you can pack it up and take it with you wherever you're going, so you can continue to
but not the money. Like, I need the money, so like, in other words, if I had 7,000 right now, I would use it to relocate.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, okay.
And that 7,000 over the next couple of years, the electricity costs will be, somewhere around $2,000. So I'm banking on using that 5K to get the fuck out of the desert finally, after way too long. I've been here too long.
Well, I mean, are you looking at any? I mean, because if you're moving deeper into the desert, obviously
lower rent costs, lower overall energy costs, and also like the relationship I have with the landowner is toxic at this point. So,
but then you also, by moving
where I'm at right now.
Okay, but by moving deeper into the desert, even though you might be lowering your overhead, you're actually interfering with your ability to generate revenue. Like, if you can, look at your proximity to civilization per se, opens up revenue streams.
I'm already geographically disconnected. That's why there's a lot more difficulty in the other areas of my life, is because I was able to accomplish that first. I make all my money off of day trading and swing trading. That's my sole source of income, and so
but
I can do it.
But you can't scale up unless you take more risk. That's the issue.
Actually, it's the other way around. I mean, initially, yeah, the more risk you take, the more you scale up. But the more you accumulate, the less risk you have to take for same or even more returns. That's the beautiful thing about the stock market. Is the more.
But you're saying that you don't have the discretionary income to just buy solar power outright.
I
So
do. I mean, I could afford the solar panels in cash. I just that dropping that money on solar panels isn't part of my 5-year economic plan. I don't have, like I wouldn't get the 7K back tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? It would take 3 years, 4 years to pay for it to pay for itself.
hmm okay.
And that's in
Well, I
the,
mean, well, okay. Let me ask you this.
yeah,
So, if you're day trading, right? Obviously, you need a stable internet connection to consistently day trade, right? But my thing is that, okay, why are you confined to the United States? If I was a day trader and I was looking to really control cost, I wouldn't be living in the United States. There's so many other places that are significantly cheaper where I can have a higher quality of life, higher standard of living versus what I could afford in the United States at the same price. Then I can have I could pick the weather I want. Like, say, for instance, I lived in like Philippines, for instance, right? Philippines has areas that are tropic. They have areas in the mountains. So you can get the weather you want. And depending on where you're at, you still have access to first world amenities. If you're like in one of the major cities, Cebu, Manila, Davao City. That's not a major city, but you have areas where you have enclaves of Americans where you kind of if you're the type of person that you want to have an experience as close to the United States experience as possible, then you live in an area where there's a heavy amount of expats or tourists, things like that. So, and Philippines is just an example. I mean, if you really want to go stay off grid, Vietnam, there's a lot of places in Southeast Asia, Cambodia, Malaysia. And if you really want to have the ability to network, and Singapore might be an option. You're going to spend more, but the networking opportunities are there. So there's just, I don't know. I would think that I don't know if you've ever thought about that going outside of the United States.
I have absolutely. It's not ruled out as a possibility. But what happened was, I gave you one example of like when plans started to meet implementation.
Mm-hmm.
And so just coincidentally, another opportunity had opened up for me, an excellent one in Ukraine. And I was getting into the implementation phase of that as well, actually looking for farmland and blown away by what I could find.
And your
But
farmland got blown away.
yeah, then Putin invaded. And a similar thing happened, with Cabo, right? That was another opportunity. And that's just over the border. I could fit in well at Cabo. I could, and there's a lot of Americans there.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at some other places, including even Japan for kind of like a late stage plan because it's quite expensive. And Portugal, where I was really surprised at how cheap I could get beautiful acreage in Portugal, and even like with village houses on it, for just pennies. But what happened?
A couple years ago, you could have got a property in Portugal for literally pennies.
Yeah. What happened was in that journey, circumstance happened, and so opportunities changed, and I've made, financial decisions, lost money, things of this nature. But also, I found in my research, I was surprised at how amazingly cost effective some of the opportunities are still here in America, where I could stay in my country and actually be closer to people who are in my network than I am now out in the desert, and have a similar cost of living because places around that area you get exactly, you get this beautiful delta enriched soil that you can grow on, right?
Mm-hmm.
In climately temperate areas with economic investment, and the prices are similar to third world countries. So I was gonna try my plans out here in the United States, where it would be almost as economically beneficial, but certainly a lot easier for me doing it all by myself and for the first time, right? Because I speak the language, I understand the culture. I'm an American genius, right? Like I know my country. You know what I'm saying? In Asia, I can't even find the bathroom.
And once you find a bathroom, depending on where you're at, it might be a hole on the ground, literally.
Yes, sir. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, you go.
Is that Frank?
Yeah, greetings, gentlemen. Blessings.
Blessings, Frank. Good to see you.
Hey.
This is Jay. I don't know if you guys have spoken before.
No, I don't think we've
No,
spoken.
first time. Good to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you as well.
What are you up to?
Oh, just chilling. I saw the open panel invite. Thought I'd step up and say hello. I recognize you from TML, right? I don't see your name on the screen, though.
Yeah, Denizen. I'm at
Denizen.
TML a lot. Yeah, I love
That's
TML.
right.
That's one of my favorite YouTube channels right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Good magic, man. Good looking out. Appreciate you letting me up.
I think our friend 007 is somewhere behind the scenes working the magic. His he's probably on his cell phone because I think he lost power.
Yeah, he lost power, huh? That was funny.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, I thought it was just an issue with his camera overheating.
Yeah. I saw that camera like lose power essentially before he got kicked.
Yeah.
That's funny. You could see the energy drain out as the last image. Yeah, I would like to pick your brain and maybe even bounce ideas off of you as I have them. That's why I asked if you Discord before, because I have like a small little Discord community where we talk about trading, alternative financial lifestyles, and how to get the best life out of your money and kind of become self-reliant, homesteading, growing food, that kind of thing.
I'll tell you what, drop your Discord link in the chat, and I will hit you up on Discord. I have a Discord that I just don't use. I mean, I've used it to like basically for like other, like I have a Discord for this game I used to play on computer. So I would go on Discord just to chat with that community for this game. This was like years ago, and so that's the only reason why you really use Discord. So I have it somewhere. I just have to open it back up. Hopefully I know my password and all that stuff. But if you just drop the link for your Discord, then I'll definitely tap in with that.
There you go.
All right. Hear me now?
Put that in the back chat for you. Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it's in the back chat. Let me go there real quick.
You sound different on your cell phone.
Yeah, it's going to sound completely different, man, because of the using the headset instead of a proper microphone. We've got a power cut here. They cut through a wire, doing whatever they're doing in my old room, and blew everything. There was I heard it. It happened just out there. It was a big bang, and all the lights went out, and so the router's gone off and everything. And I'm sat here on my phone. So you guys continue. I've missed most of it, man, because I've been trying to get the power back on, and for some reason they can't seem to do it. So
are you working by candlelight now? It looks like you're working by candlelight. Oh, okay.
It's a solar power, or you can stick it in the sun. It's got a solar panel on it, and we charge it in the sun. But yeah, that's all I got at the moment. So I'll put it there like that. But you guys continue, carry on. I'm going to go and see what's going on.
The camera you're talking about, does that basically mean that the sensor aperture size is like 1.33 inches cubed or squared, I guess?
Well,
like the size.
The aperture is separate from the actual sensor size, so it uses a micro 4/3, which is like 4/3 inches, so it's a little bit bigger than an inch.
Right,
about
like an inch and a third.
Yeah. It's called a micro four thirds, and because of that design, you have an existing ecosystem of interchangeable lenses. So the camera itself is not technically it's not plug and play because you have to have a separate lens to mount. So you use a micro four thirds lens. For me, I have a Panasonic Lumix micro four thirds lens on this camera. The aperture currently is a 1.7 f1.7 aperture, and the lens itself, I believe it's I don't know if it's 25 millimeter. I can't remember what size lens this is. I think it's a 25 millimeter, which is like a 50 millimeter on the I think it's like the equivalent of a 50 millimeter on a full frame camera. So, but because of the sensor size, like I say, you can have pretty
Low
outstanding
light situation.
yeah, without the noise. Like I have a
and a good frame rate too.
Oh, it's 60. It's 4K 60 FPS.
But even in low light conditions, which is that due to that aperture size or that sensor size, like you said.
Well, then the aperture allows me to operate in low light because I mean, like it's really dark in here, but it looks like it's lighter than what it is on camera because I have the aperture set all the way open to the f1.7. And the good thing about the camera is that it has dual output, so I can simultaneously have a USB-C 3.2 USB-C 3.2 and the HDMI, so I can have two output and have two different sources. So like let's just say that I was a professional streamer and I want to live stream to my computer, then I want to record it to some external apparatus. I can do both of those things simultaneously. Like if I want to just make sure I have backup, it's really good. And then of course the autofocus works on this lens. This is an autofocus lens. It's a prime lens, so you can't use a zoom lens, but it does have autofocus, so that's good. And then you get the shallow depth of field too, so I can get the background blur. It's not digital. This is actual true black background blur because of the shallow depth of field of this lens. So
did you go to school for that at all, or just a hobby?
My dad went to school for photography. He did photography work. So I just know from my dad, being into photography. I'm not like really like a big photography guy. I do take pictures, but I'm not like, it's just basically for me. Like one of my big hobbies is I like to go out shooting. I used to be in the military, so I do shoot regularly. And so we go out and I like to take pictures, out in the wilderness, like we go camping and stuff like that. And, make little videos of shooting. So I actually have I have two Panasonic Lumix S9 full frame cameras that shoots in 6K open gate. So what that allows me to do is I can actually shoot the video in 6K. I could then, cut and crop the video, so I don't have to worry about getting the perfect shot. I could just get the shot, and then I can go back and edit it later because it's 6K. I can cut it down to 1080p or 4K and still have room to spare. And then on top of that, with the 6K, I can actually take some stills from the video and not lose a whole lot of clarity compared to like a regular photograph. So it's a really good camera.
Have you got a YouTube channel or an Instagram where you display some of your stuff?
No. This is like for me. Like I just just post my pictures like on Facebook and not that stuff like that. Like it's not for not for like
public consumption.
Yeah, I'm not like a public figure or anything like that. No, this is just like I was telling 007, like I have a lot of people that are subscribed to me just from me just hopping on panels back and forth and like just chatting in the chat. I'm not an actual content creator. And really and truly, I could never be a content creator in a serious capacity because being having transparent conversations can cost you your job in America. Some seemingly benign conversations can rub people the wrong way if you're being honest. So that's the reason
true
why
facts.
Huh?
Yeah, true facts cost you your job just about anywhere in the world these days.
Yeah, because I have opinions on.
It's cost me work.
Yeah,
as a musician.
That's the reason
Cost
why
me work as a musician.
My last employment was terminated as a result of being honest in an interview.
Yeah, it just and that's my thing is like there's people who I believe are intentionally malicious in their diatribe. Like for instance, Nick Fuentes is an example of somebody who I believe is intentionally malicious. But then there's other people who may have controversial opinions, but I believe their dialogue is in good faith. Like they're not intentionally trying to be malicious. That's just how they feel. And they're not trying to embellish it for shock factor. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's people like there's a group of people here in the United States. They're establishing their own neighborhood, their own community, their own city. That's whites only. And there's a lot of people that are up in arms about it. But I think that if they want to have their own community, that shouldn't cost any of them their jobs. Like wanting to be separate. Now I've not opinions about it, the fact that they want to be separate in America. But if they bought the land and they want to have their own community, I don't think there's anything specifically wrong with that. And they shouldn't be in jeopardy of losing their livelihood because, they want to have their own community. But
it seems like it's fairly common. Like there were quite a few black communities that built outside of Georgia, like New Babylon and stuff, and they're just entirely black communities.
Well, I think that their community in particular is different because they're excluding other people. Like you can't even buy a home in these communities. So it's not black. A lot of the black communities that you see are out of necessity because they just weren't allowed historically. It's relatively new in the grand scheme of things where certain areas where actually blacks are allowed to buy property even if they had the money. It was made extremely difficult for them to buy property there, and once they bought property there, for them to stay there was a challenge because of the harassment and things like that. It's a little bit different, but either way, I don't think it matters what the underlying reasons for them wanting their own community. I believe it's in Arkansas and Missouri. The fact of the matter is that if they bought the land, they can pick and choose wherever they want to be in there. I don't think that's a problem. But obviously that's not the public sentiment, and even just me having this opinion puts me in jeopardy because it's like, well, I'm supporting racism and bigotry by saying that they have the right to have their own community as whites. But that's just my opinion. I don't think that there's
the Chinese been doing it since day one. That's what Chinatown is all about.
Japan.
Well, again, historically, Chinatown, there's reasons why that is. I don't think that they try to make any like legislature per se, or like bylaws that prevent other groups from coming into Chinatown. Like I know some people that live in Chinatown right now that aren't Chinese. For Chinatown to Seattle.
What about Israel? What about Israel? Isn't that aren't they ethno-homogeneous.
007 coming in with the IRL.
I think well Israel in particular, it's I would say probably about 90% European or Ashkenazi type Jews. But there's other groups that live there. There are Ethiopian Jews. There's even some Black Americans that live there. The Hebrew Israelites, or they claim to be original Israelites that live there. There's some, there's even Palestinians that live in Israel. Small percentage though, obviously. Very limited numbers of people that are allowed to live there that are not Jews. But yeah, I do get your point. But that was kind of sanctioned by the rest of the world, or at least westernized powers. That was like a place that was kind of set aside for them by Western powers at that time.
There was you know that there was actually a place set aside from in 1934 by Stalin called the Oblast, and it still exists there today. It's an entire in Russia. But and it's designed as a non-Zionist settlement. It's not meant to be a Zionist settlement. It's a non-Zionist settlement, and but they all choose to live in Israel, the Zionist settlement. So yeah, the argument that they're all Ashkenazi, that's why, because they're all bloody Zionists that live there.
Well, I think that Israel itself is supposed to, Israel, obviously there's religious significance. I mean, but if you read religious texts at all, then you would understand that the actual geographic location really has no significance in the grand scheme of things. But at any rate, there's, it's quote unquote the Holy Land. And so obviously there's a significant group of Jews that feel as though if there's no other place that they'd rather be than in Israel. And I'm gonna be honest, I really, I have a limited understanding of some of the intricacies, of this arrangement. I mean, I'm only on the outside looking in. I do have my opinions about it. I think that there's dysfunction, and I think that there is atrocities and wrongdoings on both sides. But unfortunately, I don't have a solution for that situation.
I mean, some would argue that the atrocities, in fact, both sides would argue that the atrocities being committed are because of the atrocities done by the other side. But if you go back in history, go back and look in the late 1800s and early 1900s, the atrocities actually came from the European Zionists coming in and causing atrocities, causing terrorism. They were known as the Zionist terrorists back then. And so anything that the occupied party has done has been in response or retaliation, or defense and self-defense. And what they're justifying now, what Israel is justifying now, is it's all based on a lie. Because if you trace it all back, it's the people that founded Israel that started it. They're the ones that went in and colonized and started it and caused all the issues and all the problems, because they didn't have issues and problems there before. They all lived together peacefully. There wasn't war in the Middle East.
Well, the tribe of Judea was run off by, was it the Canaanites? I'm bad at that part of history.
Well, you know how I feel about history. I think that it's been doctored to suit the narrative.
Absolutely.
So I don't really believe anything that they say about Canaanites and all this shit. It's been, I think we can only really look at the last couple of 100 years. Sorry, I'll mute up because these guys are chatting a lot.
Well, I think the part of the issue is that that area, or just the Middle East in general, let's just say the greater Middle East, obviously there's resources to be exploited there. And so it's always going to be beneficial to those looking to exploit that area that civil unrest persists, right? Because as long as there's dysfunction there, there's ways to exploit the people that are dysfunctional. And so, unfortunately, I don't think that there will be a quote unquote solution per se. There will be an outcome. I don't know if the outcome will.
Have you heard of the Anglo-Persian Oil Company?
No, I haven't heard of that.
So when I found out what the Anglo-Persian Oil Company was, I was very young, and it changed my entire perspective on politics and the relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom, and all the stories I was told about King George and the Revolution and all that patriotic nonsense. Oil makes the world go round.
I think the one of the issues here is the fact that oil and oil, gas, and food have all been made commodities that can be owned by individuals, right? So you think energy and food are things that can be found in abundance, and therefore no one person or group of people should be allowed to own and control the supply of any of those commodities, right? They shouldn't be thought of as commodities anymore. They're essential to life, right? And because they're in abundance, they should be, those things should be distributed evenly.
Well, here's the issue. Even if the commodity itself, you feel as though if it should be free, the labor to actually produce the commodity or bring the commodity, that's the issue. So somebody has to get paid.
Not free. I just don't think that people should be allowed to put a price on things and control those prices, right? Manipulate those prices, like diamonds, right? Diamonds are useless apart from anything except engineering. They're good for right. But what De Beers did, turning them into this, this beautiful gem that women desired, they created a market for it and inflated the price.
And created the artificial scarcity to back up that price.
Right. And I think they've done the same with gold and silver. And I think they've done the same with oil and gas.
And they're doing it with food and real estate now.
Oh, we already know they do it with oil and gas because they're able to modulate the production and control when they release reserves to affect the price per barrel of oil. So we know that is being affected. And then on top of that, right, here's the other aspect that we don't really think about. If you live in a city, try to bring a cow to your house and tie it up in your backyard. Try to bring a rooster and some chickens and tie it up in your yard and put a pin in your yard. Try to dig an oil well if you live in a residential area. You just can't do it. It's illegal. And so that's part of what creates a little bit of scarcity, because nobody can really grow the amount of food that they need to sustain themselves in their immediate vicinity. There has to be specified zones where major agricultural operations are allowed to operate, and then you have to actually go to them to get food. So that already creates a barrier right there, and then because of their distance from us, you already have an intermediary being a grocery store or a farmer's market. So at the bare minimum, you have that issue there. And then because of the volatility of farming and how, one bad crop, and the upfront capital cost necessary, that kind of makes it cost prohibitive for the regular person to really have a scaled operation. You need government subsidy for a lot of farms to operate, and because of that, government's going to control it. So I don't really know a way around that, unfortunately, because I get what you're saying. I think that it's a problem, how the prices of essential goods and services, they're so controlled. Again, this essentially it boils down to not just governments, banks. If you follow the trail of money, it goes beyond the government. It's these banks that control even the governments themselves.
Give me the power to control a nation's currency, and I care not who writes her laws.
Control their currency or control their economy. I watched that Rothschild movie the other day that was made in 1934 about the Rothschilds. And
what's the name of the movie?
Sorry? What's the name of the movie? I think it's just called The Rothschilds.
Oh, okay.
And it's a very stereotypical portrayal of the Jewish man, right? The banker, Jewish banker. The portrayal of Amschel Rothschild is, stereotypical. But in that story, they lie through their teeth. They paint Rothschild as a hero that saved Britain when he was really a fucking money launderer who nearly bankrupted Britain and then took advantage of that and brought up the Bank of England to then control the money supply to the English Commonwealth, right? Or certainly to England. And I spoke about it the other day about, how these people have pulled off these huge swindles, but the sums of money are so huge. It's everybody just sit, all the people at the top, they just sit back and give them a round of applause. Say, well played. You played this one nicely, and keep your spoils, right? When it just infuriates me as well that the people, we're talking about the bankers, right? The surnames of all these bankers all come from the same fucking place. They're all the same, These are these families that we're talking about, and then you get called anti-Semitic or whatever if you point out the fact that you've noticed that a certain demographic seems to be in a massive amount of ownership and control of real key aspects of society.
Yeah,
who's just joined us.
They continue to perpetrate the narrative through the school system as well. Like I currently work in academia, and the books are all geared towards lauding these people as heroes and saviors, and
Hello, 007.
They're to be looked up to as, the high achievers and stuff. And the kids are taught that they should, rest on every word they have to say. Greetings, beloved.
Greetings, Jess. How you doing?
Here for a reason. Yeah, 007, I do owe you an apology. The last time that I raided your channel, I kind of reacted in a way that I probably shouldn't. I was too quick to react, and I probably should have actually given you a message instead of reacting like that at you about stuff that your mods were doing in the chat. That was my bad.
Don't worry about it. No hard feelings.
I appreciate that. Like, I I've made some mistakes along this YouTube stuff of being a creator and stuff, but I try to right my wrongs, and when I'm in the wrong, I generally own it. So yeah, my apologies for that.
Well, I really appreciate that. I'm the same. And I mean, I've made so many mistakes on YouTube, man. So yeah, no hard feelings. I don't, like I said, like I always say, I don't hold grudges. And it was just in the moment, man. It was a hot moment, and since then, I've actually banned him. I've banned him from the StreamYard panel. I've banned him from my channel. I told him not to bother coming back because he's yeah. I can't be asked with people that just can't act their age, you know.
I've done that too. I've banned a couple of admins and moderators. Like, Are We Not Men isn't at my channel anymore.
Well, I don't know how much of the conversation you caught. I don't know if you want to contribute to this one.
No, I sent a raid over here, and I just thought that I should come up and apologize after the last time that I raided your channel and how that ended, and that I was.
Well, I really appreciate
like
it, Jess. I really appreciate it because you said you weren't going to do it again, so I do appreciate it.
I know, but I made that mistake, so I was too quick to react. I should have just given you a message, creator to creator, instead of doing that over one of your mods. I've had mods do shit that I don't agree with and stuff. So
yeah,
my bad.
We give out these wrenches, don't we? And don't. I've given out wrenches willy-nilly, man. There's loads of people that I don't even know have got wrenches. That's why on my no, I know you, Denizen. I got my old channel back.
Hey, Jess.
I got my old channel back, the Magic Treehouse. I got that back, so nobody's got wrenches in there. I've taken everybody's wrench away in the Magic Treehouse, and I'm going to have a channel that doesn't have wrenches in it. I'm just going to compare the two.
That's interesting. I took a lot of wrenches away in the last few weeks, and I removed a couple of admins that I had, like people that had keys to the panels and stuff. I removed a lot of that. There was a lot of problems being caused, so I had to get rid of a lot of that kind of shit.
It's because of feelings, man. It's feelings. Everybody's gets up in their feelings about shit.
Yeah, that was exactly why. Exactly why. Oh shit.
Well, like I said, I appreciate you coming up and saying that. Thank you.
No worries. I can stay for a little bit, but I'll have to. It's like midnight here. It's nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, so I'll have to go to bed soon. But I can stay for a bit. I'll just shut up so you guys can keep talking because I have no idea what you were talking about.
No worries. I've had a power cut here, so I'm on my phone, and I'm just they're sorting out the power now. They're trying to sort out the power now. So yeah, I don't know how long my phone battery's going to last, but we were talking about resources and commodities and the control of, and whether it. I'd said, unfortunately, lads, I'm sorry, I can only remember what I said. That having energy and food as commodities that can be controlled by individuals or groups of individuals, I think that's the issue. That's what our problem is, because they're both things we can have in abundance. There's an abundance of energy, there's an abundance of food, there's an abundance of shelter. There could be an abundance of shelter, but we've turned them into commodities that have value, monetary value assigned to them, that then obviously greedy people like to control the supply of and control the price of. We've talked about people rigging the market so that they can increase their own personal wealth and their own personal control of certain commodities or whatever. I can't remember where we got to.
Well, you were
Not
talking
sure.
about specific groups of individuals who appear to be the common denominator when it comes to.
Oh yeah. I was talking about the goose. No, yeah. The families that are there, because we all acknowledge, right, that the actual issue, the people that always profit, the people that always come out on top are the bankers and the banking families, and that's where the issue lies, right? So who are those banking families? Well, they all seem to come, like a large majority of them come from a certain demographic. But then we'll get labelled if we say that, if we notice it. So, oh no, you're anti-Semitic for thinking that.
Well, yeah, we do got to watch our P's and Q's because we are on YouTube.
Well, I guess the question then becomes: is the prosperity of those particular families, does it extend to the aggregate as a whole for that particular demographic from which they emanate from?
No.
So, well, I mean, I guess the argument can be made that because of their influence, that they receive a lot of assistance that they wouldn't normally get. You refer to the country of origin, or the new country of origin, if you want to say it that way. The new country of origin, the nexus, if you will, for that particular demographic, they receive an inordinate amount of aid due to the power and influence of individuals from that particular demographic. So I guess from that particular perspective, you can say that the aggregate does in fact benefit from the prosperity of the select few.
Yeah, they just don't experience the same quality of life.
Agreed.
And we kind of
again, like, so, you know, and I was having this argument with somebody who was talking about you know, everybody could be, you know, wealthy if just the rich would just, you know, if they just took all the money from the wealthy, blah blah blah. Obviously, the problem with that is there will be re-stratification at some point. There's people that just either want more or willing to work harder, so you would have some level of re-stratification, even if you redistributed the wealth. But
It's this illusion that having lots of money will make you happy.
Well, if everybody has a lot of money, does everybody have a lot of money? Because then the actual what is the extreme, what is the median, what is wealthy, what is not, all that changes if everybody had the same amount of money. Because part of and that's why I think that people calcify wealth, is because they understand that if everybody was wealthy, then the allure that they have of being wealthy, the things that, even if they were able to maintain some semblance of the lifestyle that they live, it wouldn't have any significance unless there's people that don't have what they have. There
It's the
has
same
to be
with the average of everything. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but the average of any average that you do that, if something is above average and the majority of people are above that so-called average, whether it's looks, money, or whatever, then that becomes the new average. It's not anything, like you're saying, significant anymore. Whether that's looks, whether it's money, whether it's status, doesn't matter what it is. It would be the same.
But also, there's things that, say, for instance, if I have, let's say I'm a billionaire, right? That already puts me at the top 0.0000001% of the population globally, right? I can get pretty much anybody to do whatever I want them to do, just based on the promise of money. I can say, here, look it, because let's just say, if you say, what is the one thing that you wouldn't do? And then you say, oh, I wouldn't, do X, Y, and Z, right? And I say, okay, I'll give you $1 million to do it. And you may say, no, I wouldn't do that. Okay, I'll give you 2 million, 3 million. At some point, you're going to say, well, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, I know I said I wouldn't do this, but for 10 million, right? So that's where not only the wealth itself, but the discrepancy between your wealth and those around you. That's why that has significance, because now you have power. That's what we were talking about earlier, is, how they are so intertwined, the wealth and the power aspect. And I think that's the reason why, people who have will do what it takes to maintain it, even if it means, let me just give somebody else a little bit of money to keep you at bay. You'll put some leader, what they call puppet leader, in place to maintain the status quo. I'll give this puppet leader a little bit of wealth, not even a percentage of what I have, just so I don't have to give everybody else money, because it's cheaper to pay that one person than to pay everybody else.
I think we could raise the floor. I don't think the Pareto distribution scale is effective or efficient when it comes to human communities.
Wait, say that again.
I don't think Pareto distribution is effective or efficient when it comes to human communities.
Can you explain that a little bit? What is that?
Like the natural tendency for the accumulation of wealth to be in a few hands, right? Like, how many people are going to be world famous violinists? How many people are going to be trillionaires? And I don't want human beings to be in contrast to nature, but let's just say we have to be in some ways. Like, entropy is the nature of all things. Do we really want to live in a decaying society? Do we have to? Maybe we do.
What has history shown us? That at you start from a position of dysfunction, and short-sightedness. Then you aggregate resources that allows you to expand your projections for the future. Now you can think in terms of years in advance as opposed to just days in advance, because you have discretionary resources. And then, but what that yields is complacency. People no longer have the drive. I forgot what you guys were talking about earlier, but I made a comment about how, so somebody in the comment made a remark about the lowering testosterone that has resulted. And my argument was that, well, men don't lead the lifestyles that they once led. We know there's a lot more sedentary occupations. You don't have to hunt for everything that you eat. And then for a man to function in a society, I think it requires a more docile temperament, which will preclude high testosterone levels. And so because of that, now you have less conflict, you have more complacency, more comfort, and then because of that, you have more latitude for dysfunction, because now I don't have to be a productive citizen. I don't have to be a productive member of society, because I can rely on the residual productivity of others. People who are overly productive, I can rely on their productivity for my sustenance. I don't have to be productive on my own. I don't have to go hunt for food. I can, get handouts from other people. Not necessarily saying everybody does that, but just to give you an example, and then just gradually, people become there arises a demographic of people who just lack ambition altogether. And so to your regards of entropy, I believe that societies, they build up to a certain point and then they slowly start to deteriorate again, and then another society has to rise and take its place.
So my experience was kind of the opposite. I had the ambition beaten out of me by corruption, abuse, exploitation, dishonesty. I didn't engage with an honest and productive system that's run by people with like motivation and moral values were not bedfellows in my experience. All of the mentally laziest and shortcut creating greedy people were the most successful. That was my experience, and that I was born a man, and acting like a man, and having the desires and ambitions of a man, and it was the system that beat it out of me. So I don't. Go ahead, Frank.
And that seems to be true, like predominantly it's the propensity in society. So my question, I want you to continue on. I apologize for interrupting, but like, then what's the upshot? What's the next step?
I think the next step is further progression along these same lines, but I still maintain this Pollyannish assertion that it doesn't have to be that way, because what makes us different from animals is not any of the things we think it is. It's just to the extent to where we can recognize that we're animals. That's what makes us special. So like, as we learn about ourselves and who we are and what motivates us and why we are the way we are, if we can admit these ugly truths, that's how we transcend them. That's spirituality, in my opinion, not, gods and demons.
I think about it in a different way. There's, because how I feel about what this experience is, right? So these bodies that you say are animal because they've come from the animal, you think they've, you got that's going with the evolution. I say that we were created, but we are not our bodies, right? We are the body is just a vessel that is designed to exist within this realm of where there are other, there are other vessels, but we're robots. We're organic, highly advanced, artificially intelligent robots that have a spark of something that isn't physical, right? So what if one of the biggest issues is that none of us can agree on what we are? If we knew exactly what we were, maybe we could move
That's essentially what I'm saying. That's what I'm essentially saying, but I think it's self-defeating, right? Because you're never going to agree with me. My whole point is that once we recognize that we're limited by our animalistic nature, that's how we transcend it. So we would both have to agree that we're...
I do agree. No, so I do agree. I disagree on the perception of the human body being animalistic or being an animal. I think, animalistic. Absolutely, we can be animalistic because we've got nature to,
compete with.
to compete with and to inspire us. And so yeah, and to be honest, dude, when I've been in bed with a woman, I feel like more animalistic. It's a very primal thing. I've had some sexual encounters that have been purely primal. Like I've been fucking growling and all sorts of shit. I enjoy it. It's I like. I'm a man. I'm the dominating aspect of that encounter. But yeah, I think that's just a byproduct of these physical bodies that have these glands that create these hormones that basically drive us to procreate, because that's the whole intention, isn't it? To procreate. Otherwise, we have to procreate, man.
Oh, go ahead.
Not everybody's like that, and I think that if we learn our nature, we can create our own incentives. That's that's the root form of my proposition.
Yeah,
is like
go ahead.
If you get how the input creates the output, and you're honest about yourself with the membrane that lies between, which means it may not be as special or as holy or as perfect as you think it is, then that's how you can change the output to emulate more of what you want. Go ahead, Frank.
Well, yeah, and if internal alchemy means anything, and I think it does, it's the getting control of those internal secretions, not exhausting them prematurely, and then transmuting them into higher, more refined, quintessential energies that can birth a spiritual immortality that will take us beyond this base prime material realm or plane while we're still alive. This is where I diverge from most religious folks, is that they're waiting for death for the grand revelation, whereas within like the systems of internal alchemy within the Chinese system specifically, you're looking for that revelation and transformation while living. Otherwise, you're never guaranteed it.
And to underline what I'm saying real quick, whatever that is, right? Whatever that calculus is, what you're saying, once we know it, we can deliberately practice it regardless of what the environmental factors are. That's all I'm saying. So, like, we could teach ourselves to be well instead of teaching ourselves to be sick, which is what I think we're doing. Corporatism is toxic. Sorry, go ahead, Jay.
Well, I was going to say that I think that certain groups that are true believers actually feel as though if they already had the answers. The answers,
yeah.
The text. I think that the issue, as far as religion is concerned, you have people who claim to be religious, but they're not even remotely familiar with the doctrine for the religion they ascribe themselves to be. So, and I think that goes to what 007 was saying, and that particular spark that distinguishes us from the rest of the animal world. Something else about us makes us unique. And from the Christian context, Judeo-Christian context to include Islam, there's a belief that spark that we have that distinguishes us, the fact that we're created in the image of the Creator himself. And so that will be the difference. And, and not to turn this into religious debate, but I think, to Denizen's question about, basically you're asking the meaning of life. That's the age-old question. And in order to really ascertain that, you have to ask yourself, well, first of all, you have to contextualize your existence. And I think to contextualize your existence involves asking yourself, where do we come from? How did this all start? And I think even from a scientific standpoint, you ask yourself, the theories revolve around either the Big Bang or some type of double bang, Big Bang, expansion and contraction of the universe as we know it. But then the question becomes, well, where did what we perceive to be matter come from? Like the answer can't be something out of nothingness unless there's a higher power that created this. And when you look at the intricacies of our physical world, even at the quantum level, it doesn't seem like this is something incidental, something that was done just by happenstance. There seems to be a grand design due to the complexity, of how things work, and then just how things scale. And so, with that being said, if there is a creator, if there's a higher power, would that higher power want his creations to know him, or to at least know that he exists? The intimacy of that is debatable, but to at least know that the creator exists. And so that will be the argument for the existence of religions, is that, well, there's an attempt that the creator has made to make his existence known, and that is what gives you your impetus in life. That's what gives you your kind of blueprint of how you want to live your life, based on how the creator has revealed itself and what his expectations of you are.
Can I just point something out? Can I point something out?
Yes.
That's framing it within a biblical paradigm, kind of, because that's assigning an agenda, saying it's a he, that it's a single entity that created us. That's it's a one God kind of outlook or perspective. But I've got a different interpretation of what God might be. Like because I've spent the last 20 odd years, the last 24, 25 years in communication, albeit, one way as far as the talking's concerned, and then me spending my life trying to work out if and how the answers are coming, right? So the last 25 years has brought me to a point where I think that we're all, the reason there isn't a God here, like, why does God let this happen? Or why does he let this happen? Why doesn't he do this or that? Because we've been created in this realm to be able to take care of all that ourselves. That's what free will is for, right? Because we have the ability and the capacity to deal with all these things ourselves. We just need to fucking work it out. And the game's been rigged for as long as we've been alive, for at least the last 1,000 years. The game's been rigged. So that important information has been kept from us. Everybody's been given a false perception of what the world is and what our place is in it. And we're all chasing these fake realities that will never be, because they're fake from the start, when we could be so much more effective and so much more successful if we were allowed to fulfill our potential. And to be able to do that requires knowledge. That's why knowledge is power, right?
Right. That tracks with what I've come to understand as well within the context of Tao, that the Tao is self-generating, and we're somehow a part of that. And then we have those tools right within us that you're talking about that we can use to refine ourselves. And again, that's, it deviates quite a bit from the traditional religious sense that we need God in order to have the breakthrough and the awakening, where it doesn't have to be that necessarily, right? It's that goodness alone is power. And when we do that thing, which is good, that we know to be good, and not within just, the human cognitive sense, but what seems to make things thrive and benefit, then that will lead us to it. And that, in the Chinese sense, it takes the form of kung fu or gong fu. Like you do something really good for a long period of time, you achieve a high level of it. And so people who think a lot, they are necessarily going to develop a razor's edge of intelligence, discernment. People who, like a moment ago, he referenced the violin, that some people will become master violinists, you know. And so whatever is your virtue, then you live into that virtue, you lean into that thing, right? And you become great at that. And that does create a kind of breakthrough in the material sense and the spiritual sense, that we do go beyond the ordinary. And it really is the mediocre that's holding everyone back, I think.
Word.
Well, I mean, like, in order to be great, there has to be a precedence of greatness that allows excess people to explore the possibilities of what their greatness is. You can't have a violinist, I would imagine, in a hunter-gatherer society, because you're living day to day and everybody's input on a most primitive level is important. We don't have time for somebody trying to play the violin. Now we have a society where we can enjoy somebody who's dedicated their life to refining their violinist abilities. But then the question becomes, is, you know, what was the impetus to the society that we live in today? Well, there were people that were greedy, that envisioned a society where things will be easier for them as an individual. So I guess that's kind of the paradox, is that again, there was somebody who said, you know what, I want more by doing less at some point in human history, that led us on the trajectory that we're on now. And you know, there's kind of, I guess there's good with the bad. There has to, you know, and I think Denizen mentioned earlier about you know, you got to be willing to kind of, I'm paraphrasing Denizen, you didn't say this exactly, but you got to be willing to get your hands dirty as a leader, to get your people where you want them to be. And you know, you're looking at the outcome and trying to find a way to justify the means for the end.
I can do that in the moment, though. And again, I'm probably being too reactive, but I hate psychopaths. And I can still empathize with them and give them grace, forgiveness, and I can even believe in rehabilitation for the psychopath. So, you know, I'm lazy and greedy. So I see the possibility for these selfish, lazy, greedy human beings to pull their heads out of their ass and then cooperate. And then there'll be abundance for all of us. Not Elon Musk levels of abundance, though. Not Jeff Bezos levels of abundance. Not even.
Though, aren't they? There are necessary levels of abundance. I mean, why does why does anybody need that much money?
Well, it's not just the money, like we were talking about earlier, it's the power. So if you have a company that is highly profitable and you scale this company, in order to diminish the amount of wealth that you have personally, you would have to divide up your company amongst other people, thus relinquishing control of said company. I don't know if there's a way. I mean, I guess like you could look at the Rolex model where like I forgot how they legally structured the Rolex company, but it's not necessarily owned by one person, you know, per se. But again, I mean, that's I'm not a banker. How that's structured is far beyond my scope of understanding. It's pretty complicated for my understanding. But so I guess the question I'm asking is, how does one retain it, especially if it's a company that you built from the ground up? there's a sentimental connection to that company. That's like your baby, I would imagine, right? If you remember, back in the day when you were in the garage, like I believe most of these guys started in their garage at some point. Not that they didn't have a system. Most of these guys had some type of endowment from their family to get their business up and running. So it's not like they started from nothing per se, but they had somewhat humble beginnings compared to where they are today. So there's a sentimental connection with their companies. So for them, it'd be hard to give that up.
There was no humble beginnings for Elon Musk.
Oh yeah,
or Donald Trump,
or Bill Gates,
or Bill Gates. There were no humble beginnings for them. I don't believe the narrative about the guys. Yeah, I don't believe the narrative about the guys that created Google. I don't believe that narrative. I think that's a bullshit psyop narrative to just make people accept them. But yeah, it's they don't come from humble beginnings, man.
No, and Elon Musk, for instance, his father did an interview, and his father said that Elon Musk has been riding in Rolls Royces since they were kids. He said they wouldn't even ride in a Mercedes, Rolls Royces only. They definitely didn't start from a humble beginning. I stand corrected on that.
They were plantation owners. I think part of it is that we need to, as collectively, stop lauding them as an apex of societal wealth.
Yes.
And to bring it back to what you had mentioned earlier, Denizen, that
we're worshiping their psychopathic version of success, and it's literal death and decay and unsustainable economic systems. Like it's a hierarchy of insanity and poop, and we worship it.
Their character should be first and foremost in anything that they do within the public sphere, and that should be examined with great scrutiny and brought forward to premiere and preempt anything else that they say and how we consider it.
But if you have the wealth to kind of skew, your own personal narrative, you have influence to. I mean, think about all of the press releases that you can just go to, any website, Yahoo or whatever the case may be, and you can have an editorial made, and say, such and such, is the I don't know, spearheading this campaign for global peace, and you've done X, Y, and Z, and it's all stuff that you wrote or you had a publicist write for you, but then it's published on a known, maybe even somewhat respected media outlet as a press release. And so then you tell somebody, hey, you can Google me, and they Google you, and this press release comes up. And because it's on MSN.com, Yahoo.com, you think it's official. And so for most people don't really know this. And so, that contributes to them being held in such high regard is because of the narrative that's out there for them.
Certainly we need to dispel that. And there was something that Denizen said earlier too about that there should be an opportunity for rehabilitation, and that they are, can be forgiven, the psychopath, as it were. And I think that's important, that if we have the clear, distinct narrative of like where they actually came from, the root of the thing, then we wouldn't hold them up as heroes. We would pity them, in fact. And the power is still within our grasp and within our voice, but it's not well organized, and it's intentionally dichotomized,
incoherent.
So,
it's incoherent.
So that people can't grasp it.
Is it really like great that I can spend 8 hours a day? And let's be realistic, if you're going to be a capitalist, we're talking closer to 10 to 12 hours a day. You need to work more than everybody else. If I spend that amount of time making some of them wealthy man more wealthy, and in doing so, I'm making him even like less independent and more powerful at the same time. And then reflectively, I'm making myself less independent as well, because that was time I could have used investing in myself. Is it really a trade up that I don't know how to spend, 6 hours a day growing my own food because I'm spending 10 hours a day in a cubicle or on a factory line?
But see, that goes into what I said earlier about the paradox, right? Because how many of us are truly independent, right? How many
Right.
of us know how to grow our own food? How many of us know how to hunt? How many of us know how to survive in the wilderness? I mean, I only know how to do some of this stuff just because I was in the military for 8 years, right? But for most people don't know how to do that, and especially a world-class violinist, as we mentioned earlier, talking about violinist, a pianist, cello player. These are at the highest level. It requires a lifelong dedication to this, and at the expense of other life, life sustaining abilities, life skills. You compromise those life skills in order to excel at this very one thing. And so I don't know. I mean, is the aspiration, is the goal really independence? And if so, is that the goal for the aggregate, or if there's just a select few of people that maybe aspire to be truly independent? And
I
what does
think
that look like? Because if you're truly independent, like if you're living off the land, that's a full-time obligation. That's a full-time occupation, right?
Well, it's engineered into it too. It's kind of baked into the model that we're living in via careful planning on their part, right? Like you guys have mentioned that it requires a lot to live off the land, but I see farmers in the rural areas here in China, and they produce quite a bit of food, like independently in small communities and stuff, with very little effort. In fact, like there's busy work in the spring and there's some tending throughout the summer, but you're overestimating the actual amount of hours it requires to feed a village. It's really not that much. The farmer tends to be a pretty easygoing guy. Works a little in the morning and a
The
little
way
in
it
the
used to
afternoon.
be, right? The way it used to be in the UK back in, I forget when it was. It was like either the 1200s or something around the 1200s. A man only had to work for 3 months of the year to fully sustain it, like comfortably sustain an entire family by himself. He only had to work for 3 months of the year.
Right.
Even these Federal Reserve notes that have taken the place of that, supposedly, when my father was a young man, he could support a family from his job alone. And he didn't finish college and was a blue collar worker his entire life. So this system is not working. It's getting worse right before our
Oh
eyes.
yeah, it's
And
absolutely getting
I
worse, and it's
think
intentional.
the mistake, the corporate deceit, even if it's not an intentional lie here, is that it would take you all day to commercially farm in order to turn Federal Reserve notes into something that can sustain your farm and your family. Then
Yeah,
you'd
that's a
have to
fact.
farm all day long, right? But just to feed yourself, your wife, and your 3 kids, it's only going to take you an afternoon.
But as I said earlier, right, try having a cow anywhere in a major metropolitan area. Try
Yeah,
having
exactly. With husbandry, it would be even less effort.
So
Yeah.
that was actually that I was gonna comment on that about cities, right? The reason that cities exist is because of industrialization, right? And the people lived in the city, actually in the city, they were the fucking workers and the grafters, and the city was a dirty, horrible place because that's where the industry was, right? And now in the 21st century, the
We all
industry
live there.
changed, and everybody lives there. But the work isn't the same, and the city is a really expensive place to live now, right?
Yeah.
Cities are half the problem, right? Cities require centralization of things like food, because you can't grow a crop on your patio in your apartment. You know, it's not really a practical, feasible thing to do. You're not going to be able to grow potatoes, and it's not going to be a practical thing to keep fucking goats and chickens in an apartment on the 10th floor. So that's why they want to cram everybody into cities, to make everybody totally dependent, absolutely totally dependent on them, so they can control, the food supply for everyone.
And then you kind of get trapped in the city, because for me,
Oh yeah.
I have to live in a city. Like, I would rather not live in a city. I like to do a lot of outdoor stuff. Like, one of my friends lives kind of far, and like he lives like, in the foothills of the mountain, and it's just great to go out there. But it's not feasible for me because I need to be in proximity to my job. And so because of that, need to be in proximity to my job, I have to live in a city, and then living in a city costs a whole lot of money. So then I need to work hours. Theoretically, I'm in a position now where I don't have to work as much if I don't want to. But for most people, you got to work a lot of hours just to maintain a lifestyle, because it's expensive. For me, I live close enough where I could take the bus to work. I don't hardly drive my car. I drive my car like when I'm on my days off and I go out, go out shooting, go out in the woods, go camping and stuff like that. But for the most part, I drive the bus to and from work. I drive the bus to the grocery stores. I drive the bus to the gym. And so that's easier for me. But for a lot of people that live in a city where I'm at, they don't even have cars because they can't afford it. Because living in the apartment that they live in, the rent is so much, it's impossible to own a car, and then the parking is separate from the rent. So just to have the car is $250 a month just to park it in the garage, and then of course the gas and the registration. So it kind of traps you.
That'll be why the SNAP payment thing happened, right? About people cashing in their SNAP benefits to pay for their cars and shit. That's what's been going around on YouTube in the last week or so. I've been seeing, where they've stopped SNAP benefits, and it's caused a lot of issues, obviously.
Well, the SNAP benefit issue really stems from the fact that the SNAP benefits never needed to be that high to begin with, even for a family that's truly in need. Obviously, they receive a lot more money on that SNAP benefit card than what they needed, because they had residual enough to supply food for their family, and then sell off the excess, for 50 cents on the dollar, which was normally the going rate.
That's not a needy family, though.
Huh?
That's not a needy family, though.
Right, and the budget had doubled under Biden, and there was a lot of people that shouldn't be getting it were getting it. So, time to reboot.
Well, I mean, even like a needy family, like I would
Everybody should get food.
Yeah.
In this country, we can more than afford to provide the basic food requirements for every citizen.
Well, I mean, I guess the
absolutely.
I guess the argument is also like I think that, and we talked about the wealthy class, right?
Yeah, China does it. No homeless, no starving.
But and you talk, well, I mean, but there's still people in China that arguably live in poverty. So there is a cash. I think the biggest
not
issue.
Really. There's not really any poverty
it's this idea of what poverty is. Like, if you're saying that they're living without cash, they don't have a lot of money, cash money. That's absolutely true. Yeah, they don't, but they do still have enough food and energy. They live in a different way. It's a lot more simple. Their requirements aren't as such, but compared to the Western world, they're absolutely living in poverty. right?
No,
So it's a,
they've pulled the entire nation pretty much up out of poverty. There's plenty of shelter. There's an abundance of food and power. I haven't
Well,
seen
the problem
any
is that
example.
the problem is that you have people again who want to aggregate in the city. And so there's people in the city, even though there's plenty of housing in areas of China, there's ghost cities in China, right?
This is incentives.
But there's people that live in the city, and because they live in a city and they can't afford it, they're living in poverty, even though that if they lived in the available housing that's already out there, they probably wouldn't have that issue. But even China has a lot of issues with corruption and at all levels. So I really don't think that there's any ideal government system that we know today. Every system of government that's in existence on the planet, I think, needs some level of reform.
Oh yeah, no, China's system is far from ideal. Like the level of like suppression and oversight and lack of freedom is just mind numbing. Like mediocrity is the order of the day. So yeah.
Yeah. I think that living in proximity to the city kind of traps you in this doom loop. And I think that one of the things that we talked about earlier was that you have some of these existing families that by all intents and purposes function as royalty within the United States. And then you have obviously the royal family in England and other parts of the world, but extremely wealthy dynasties that existed, perpetually for generation after generation. Part of the issue that they're able to is because they have, once you accumulate a certain level of residual income, now you can make that money work for you. So now you're not now your lifestyle is not contingent on your personal economic output, right? What you're able to do in a given 24-hour period as far as work is concerned. You're not constrained by that anymore. And so one of the issues I think is that in America, you can never own property. And that's the reason why housing as it stands now is so much of a liability, because just property tax. Even if you inherit property, which happens a lot, people who inherit property because they don't have the earning potential to sustain that property, then they lose it just through property tax. Or if they live in an HOA, they can get HOA, dues that can turn into a lien. Property's taken from them that way. And so I think one of the problems I have here is the system of property tax at least for a primary residence. If you I think that as an American, you should be able to own one home outright, or a condo or something like that. I think you should be able to own it outright and not be subjected to property tax. Now, a corporation shouldn't be able to avoid property tax, or if you own a second, vacation home, or 3 and 4 homes, things like that. But as it stands now, somebody can inherit property and lose the property, even if the property is paid off. It's like you're being taxed. You get taxed when you buy the property, and then you're taxed annually based on an unrealized gain. They project the property to be worth X amount of money, and then if you sell it, you may not be able to sell that property for the amount of money that the city claims that it was worth.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you should be able to defer. Are your taxes high? Because I have like a 10-acre plot in Tennessee, and I only pay $100 a year on it. So I'm curious.
I have 4,500 square feet. I pay $9,000 a year property tax.
Good Lord.
That's highway robbery.
But I live in Seattle. So, I mean, what can I say? And there's people that live, because Seattle has a lot of water too. So if you live on the water, it's like 0.25% higher property tax annually. So they pay even more. And I think there's parts where, if you live on a sound, or Lake Washington, I think it's 0.5% higher. So, yeah, I mean, but it is what it is. That's why I was saying, owning a home, owning any property is a liability. And we talked earlier about lottery winners. that being like pretty much the only way most people can hope to like really break into that upper stratosphere of wealth is through some type of fluke like winning the lottery. But even them, they have a lump sum, but if they don't have a way to continue earning money, we see, statistically speaking, they're likely, I think W's pointed to a statistic, corrected me. I said 10 years. He said, no, people lose their money from lottery winnings within 5 years, which is just insane when you think about it. And that's because as it stands now, you can't, like, even Denizen, you can't just go to the Death Valley and just say, I'm going to live out here rent free legally. Just find some unoccupied land. I'm just going to live here. And or let's just say I'm going to buy a little bit of land. I'm going to buy, 5,000 square foot, maybe 10,000 square foot. And I'm going to put some solar panels. I'm going to live off the grid. You still got to pay property taxes.
Yeah.
And then you still, depending on where you're at, if you're not far enough out, they're going to demand that you hook up the city sewer.
Yeah.
And so if you live in an area where they haven't run the city sewer all the way out there yet, you got to pay.
You got to pay for that too.
Linear foot.
Yeah.
It's
I
crazy.
could cash out of the rent game for like $80K.
Huh?
I could cash out of the rent game for $80K.
Well,
but it would not be the kind of lifestyle that most people are accustomed to, potentially.
I had looked into building some ADUs in the back of my property. So the way my property is set up, my property, the building, the main structure is like kind of towards the front, towards the street. So there's ample space in the back. I want ample space by Seattle standards, ample space to build a 2-unit ADU. Very small, but I can technically build it. But the problem is that I would have to redo my plumbing because of the city, the zoning laws and the permit restrictions. I would have to redo the sewer and go out to the street, and it will be about 145 feet of sewer line at a certain degree. I have to pull up the concrete, basically, to be an additional $25,000 just in sewer costs, just to do that, in addition to the regular plumbing for the structure itself. So it's just like it's like really cost prohibitive even to create additional housing on land that you own, because the requirements, in addition to the permitting process, it just makes it inefficient unless you're able to scale your operations to have, like, I did the math. Basically, you need about at least 7 units to make it make financial sense. If you're building anything less than 7 units, you can't utilize the economies of scale, and it becomes extremely expensive per unit, which precludes the regular person from saying, hey, I got extra space on my property, I'm going to build extra housing, so that way we can bring rent costs and housing costs down. Only the big corporations and more wealthier outfits are able to do that. And so again, that kind of boxes the regular person out from really climbing the economic ladder.
Lument Finance Trust right now is paying dividends at 16%.
16%?
Yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy. What does that company do?
That is an LFT or EFT. So it's like
local companies.
Yeah, they got S&P Energy.
Oh my God, I need to sign up.
If you break it down to a company, Pfizer pays 7%. Verizon pays 6.5%.
Oh, I need to put my money in that. I got about 50,000. I was looking to and put into some pull from my checking account.
Hey, listen, kids. While we're talking about investing money, yeah. While we're talking about that, you gotta let me.
Donation. It's a donation. I thought it was a trash. Don't be getting on. Put some money in stupid ass. I whoop your ass, Clarence. Don't call me now. Watch it. You tall black motherfucker. There's women up inside. I don't give a fuck about that. Ain't nobody give me nothing.
Flash your PayPal right now. Let me see what this is at.
Oh, somebody please drop my PayPal link in the description. That's my first grift of the day, man. I've been going for 5 hours. Woo.
Oh, I see your PayPal. Your PayPal is in your information.
Yeah, in the description and information. Yeah. There's Kofi as well, but I appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry, don't let me interrupt though. I don't have much to contribute to this conversation because money is something that has never been. It's always been in short supply for me. So you're speaking about something. It's like Greek to me, but I appreciate it though.
Richard Avery.
That's the one.
Making sure it's the right one.
Or actually, you can't see it because I got their thing up on my name on this phone is I can't. What is it? It's Ricardolio. Something.
Stock market opens in 5 minutes. Trump reduced some of the Chinese tariffs, so I'm hoping for a payday today.
Hey, can you drop the ticker for that ETF?
Yeah.
Put that in the back chat. I need to look into that, man.
Do you run a trading channel, Denizen? Because those seem to be really popular.
I talk about trading on my channel sometimes, and I have a trading group in my Discord.
Would you say, all in all, like you're happy with like what you've learned and the returns on the way you make money in the market? Like,
You cut out. What were you saying?
I was gonna let you go, but I was gonna ask, do you find that it's like a satisfactory lifestyle and way to generate income? Because my son has a lot of interest in it right now. He's like 16, 17 years old. And he wants to start figuring it out. He's been learning a little bit on his own.
If I could go back and do it over again, I would spend my youth accumulating as much cash as I could in any way that was made available to me, like mopping floors, working at McDonald's. If he's young and healthy, I would exploit that. And then if you could start, a brokerage account with, say, a couple $100,000, you do not need to take a lot of risk, and you could live off of the residuals for the rest of your life. There's riskier ways, for me, I didn't start trading until my late 30s. And so I take a lot more risk, and there's a lot more ebbs and flows to, like, I've been in and out of the 1% in the last few years, several times. But I live a very minimalist lifestyle, and that's by choice. That makes me very happy, but I don't consider myself to be average in that sense. I don't want a lot of space. I don't want a lot of luxury. I don't care if I own a car. I don't, I wear I don't care what clothes I wear. I'm not a very materialistic person, and it takes very little for me to be happy. And avoiding employment in this, what I consider to be a toxic environment, is it's worth a lot of what other people would consider sacrifice. And then of course I pay for my lifestyle in other ways, besides money. Don't get caught on the rat race though. If you're young, recognize it for what it is, exploit it, extract wealth from it, and turn it into real estate. And you could be retired in your 20s.
Oh, so you're of the mindset of converting capital into actual real assets.
To create to create a foundation for yourself, and then you could use the financial, like whatever's left over, as a way to cover maintenance costs, quality of life, medical care. If you have like a certain, at least my plan forward is to have a certain amount of cash on hand, then actual real estate, so I can avoid a lot of the costs of living, right? Rather than maximizing income, I want to reduce my cost of living as much as possible for as cheap as possible, and then use money as an instrument to generate income. Selling covered calls on stocks that I own that pay high dividends is my end game. And then I know that's a lot of like trade vernacular in there, but basically what unlocked the key in my mind when I was trading and I learned how the wealthy do it.
Oh, you're gonna take out loans on your stock portfolio.
Huh?
Are you gonna take out loans on your stock portfolio? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh, okay.
You can do that, but I realized that every time I was buying a stock option, and it blew my mind when I understood the mechanics of this, there was another dude at the other end of that transaction. And whether my option increased in value or decreased in value, he made that money. I'm paying him the premium for the opportunity to win or lose. But win or lose, he keeps that premium. And that's what Warren Buffett does.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Okay. Because I don't understand the mechanics of the stock option. So basically, how I understand it, you have a stock. So there's like a stock that, say for instance, like it's the LFT stock. Let's just say it was a single stock, Amazon, right? And so in your mind, you think that the Amazon stock will go down by 10% within the next 1 month. And so you can have a stock option based on that prediction, and it will pay you if your prediction is true, correct?
Correct.
And so basically you're renting the rights to that stock, the mechanical royalties per se of that stock you're renting.
Yeah, it's
for a specified period of time.
Yeah, I'll tell you in definition terms, and it's basically what you're saying. It's the right, but not the obligation to buy or sell an underlying stock at the given strike price. And in America, you just add within a certain amount of time. So there's an expiration on it.
Mm-hmm. And at the end of that period, let's just say that your prediction holds true. You only own the difference, but you don't own the stock itself.
Right. You only own the right, but not the obligation to buy or sell that stock. And you can sell that to someone else. And here's the deal, like, if I'm going to sell that right to you, I want it to depreciate, because in order to cover my ass, right? I got these shares, right? And I sell you the right to buy or sell them, like 100 of them or 1,000 of them. But it's before a certain expiration. So before that expiration comes along, I'm going to want to buy back that right from anyone. It doesn't matter so long as I'm buying back the right and I'm no longer liable. So let's say I sell the right or the obligation to you for $100, and by the time it expires, it's worthless because the prediction was wrong. I can buy back that obligation for a penny, literally, probably 2 to 4 cents at the least, because for it to go through an actual broker. And so I keep the difference. Does that make sense?
Okay, so now what if my prediction is that, say for instance, Amazon stock, let's just say this Amazon stock is $1,000 a share, and I say, okay, I think within a month it's going to be $1,100 a share, right? And then my prediction is true. I collect the $100 per share. What happens to you as the owner of the stock?
You could exercise your option, right? So I personally wouldn't. I would sell it back at that elevated price and keep the premium. But if you don't, if you exercise the option, then that person is obligated to sell you those shares at that lower price. So now you own the shares for the price of the strike price that you bought them at, and they're worth more already, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you either keep your unrealized gains, or you turn around and sell it right back into the market for an immediate profit. I would just sell the premium on the option. Does that make sense? I wouldn't exercise my right to transact the shares.
Okay, so selling the premium on the option, explain the selling the premium on the option.
So rather than wait till the expiration, I wait until the value of the expiration's time is balanced or lesser than the intrinsic value of the contract because of the increased stock price. And that's how I can maximize my financial gain, right?
No. That's you. Are you talking about you as the owner of the stock, or me as the one that's trying to buy the option?
Me as the options owner. I've already bought the option, right? I'm you in this scenario. I've already bought the option. Okay. I'm going to sell that option back before it becomes time-wise unattractive to other traders. Does that make sense?
So let's say I bought so you bought a 1 month option, right? Now you bought the option with you bought it $1,000. It's $1,000. You think it's going to go to $1,100 in a month. At 2 weeks, it's already at $1,100. Yes. So your ideal is to go ahead and offload it right then and there while it still has 2 weeks.
Right. And because it doubled in half the time that was expected, it's worth way more than 11 now. People are willing to pay 12, 13, 14, maybe even $2,000 for it. That's when I'm going to sell it.
Am I correct? Am I correct in thinking then that if I accumulate enough Jing Qi, then I can Hua Qi in the Shen, and the Wu Ji will be sufficient to get me to the Xian Xian level so that I can Tongguo the veil. Does that sound accurate?
we call that the wheel, Frank. That's when you own enough shares to where you can sell the obligation to others. The right, but not the obligation to others.
Yeah, and then mind fucked me beyond belief.
If they buy the stock, like say for at the end of the option, they decide to exercise it and buy the stock outright, then you have the actual value of the stock
at when you owned it. So like all you ever lose that way is the gain that you would have gotten if you made the right decision. You never lose the value of the stock that you're already holding. That's the fucking beauty of it. That's the pimp status level.
So
And
just take that money, just buy some more of that same stock.
Exactly. You're right back into the game with the cash you just got. You can change to another stock. You can get less of the same stock, and you're not going to sell all of your stock, right? So you're really just putting more stock back into your pile, right? I'm only going to risk 10 to 90%. Let's say 10%, right? But you could risk up to 90 if you wanted. But the point is, you're still going to have a pile of that stock to collect on. You're collecting dividends. You have the value of the stock. The price just went up, which is why you lost money because you didn't get that gain. So your stock that you're holding is worth more than it was when you sold the option. And you're just adding more to that pile and increasing the percentages of and lowering the risk in order to get the return you need.
It's like having a car dealership and leasing your vehicles, but less risky because the stock doesn't have wear and tear on the stock.
Right.
The vehicle has wear and tear on the stock, but that's baked into the actual leasing cost, the wear and tear of the vehicle.
Right.
But there's other reacquisition costs if somebody tries to run off with your vehicle. There's other stuff involved, obviously, but so it's basically less risk involved, less headache doing the stocks.
And the more stock you own, the larger your portfolio, the less percentage of your overall stock you have to risk, and the more premium you can potentially collect on each transaction.
Would it behoove you then to become a politician and get some insider information?
Yeah, you might even marry one. If your name was Pelosi, you might marry a trader or a senator.
Or you could just marry some type of hedge fund manager. But I don't know how much. I mean, they will probably know more than the average Joe, but definitely not as much as somebody who's actually creating legislation that's going to adversely affect the stocks being traded.
I'll tell you my largest trade. I started trading because I saw Nancy Pelosi stealing and doing it. And so I made the decision. I was like, first of all, these morals that I've had to not do this my whole life I didn't affect society. I haven't made anybody else more moral. No one chooses my principles. They just laugh at me and exploit me. And all it's done is made me broke and broken. So fuck that. I'm going to use money to make money, and I don't care about the morality of it. The other part of that equation was she's a fucking idiot. She can't even speak English. So if she can do it, I can do it. And with those principles in mind, I taught myself how to trade. And coincidentally, almost like fate, my largest trade ever was because I saw the opportunity first, and I put about 4,000 in options. And then Frank Pelosi put 10 million into what I invested in. And so I was like, fuck it. If Frank's in, I'm going to throw in another 8. And that 12 grand turned into 60 grand within 36 hours after that.
Nice.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Do you I won't say trading, I won't insult you. I'll say speculate with cryptocurrency.
No, I never liked it. And where I saw the potential was in like the intercurrency trade, because the crypto is just too volatile and like the fundamentals are removed. But there's so many different coins as a result of that there's like pennies in between. So like if I change one crypto into another kind, there's a loss there, right? And I wanted to be that guy. So I set up software and computers to like just buy crypto and sell it into the ones that had the lower transaction fees, and then buy and sell and just go from one type of crypto to the other and collect the pennies on each transaction. And as you can imagine, at a scale that I could afford to do that, both with technology, because you need computing, and money. I didn't own a lot of crypto. It just wasn't cutting it. You know, I was making like $7 a week.
And then you minus the amount of energy costs that you use to run a
right. And then I threw.
I looked into that. I looked into cryptocurrency, and I started looking at, because I already pay a lot of energy costs as it is, you know. And it's like I was thinking, like, okay, now if I run this, then it's gonna cost it's not gonna really make a lot of, unless you're able to do it at scale. You need to have like an entire farm. Probably need to have at least like, you know, about 30, 40 GPUs to even really make it make sense.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, what's your take on the recent shutdown on the U.S. penny, and is that going to like turn into some sort of scheme that they're like siphoning more money out of the U.S. economy by doing that?
It's like a little bump for businesses, you know. It's almost like if I didn't live in a corrupt, disgustingly exploitive system, and people were actually taken care of, I wouldn't mind if they, you know, stole a penny here or there.
Shut it down!